ìyàwó náà sọ ètò àwọn ọmọ tẹ nínú ooru ìrètí dàgbà lọ́nà jìnnà bí òkùnkùn kò sí mọ́lẹ̀ afẹ́fẹ́ gbóná náà rádá ìbànújẹ́ wúwo lọ́kàn ìrètí sọnù nínú òjìji ọkàn náà ti fàyà kọ́lé kọrin ẹ̀jẹ̀ ń lọ bí ọjọ́ àgbo mi ti dìbò ìgbésẹ̀ ayé ti ṣòfò sí ìrora ìtàn tí kò sọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ ṣòwò ètò lórí gbogbo ojú ibi tí wọ́n wà láàfíà nínú ibi tí kò sí rẹ̀tì ọmọ ìyá ń sunkún fáwọn tó kú àwọn bàbá ń ṣiṣẹ́ títí tí wọ́n
standing, please. We'll start with the Christian prayer and then the Muslim.
So we are praying. Our dear Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you this morning. Our hearts are full of thanksgiving and joy because of giving us yet another day. We want to thank you for the gift of life. Thank you for the gift of jobs. Thank you for the occupation that all of us are undertaking. Thank you for Nairobi Water. Thank you for Adi Water. We thank you even for the customers of Nairobi Water. And at this time, dear God, as we start the activities of this day, we acknowledge that we can do nothing without your guidance, and therefore we ask of you to be in our midst and in our presence, to guide us in every way, to lead us in every way. Give us success this day. In the name of Jesus, we pray, believing and trusting. Amen.
Good morning. Let's pray. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent and the Merciful, all praise is due to the Allah, the Lord of the world, the Beneficent, the Merciful, Master of the Day of Judgment. Thee we serve, thee we do the beseech for help. Keep us on the right path, the path of those upon whom thou hosted bestowed favor, not the path of those upon whom the wrath is brought down, nor for those who go astray. Amen.
So we continue standing for the national anthem and the East African anthem. Asanteni sana. You might be seated. My name is Maureen Karogo. I work in Nairobi Water Corporate Affairs Department. We are starting the meeting now. We are going to start with Nairobi Water Managing Director. He will introduce his team and as well as introduce the WASREB team to take us over from there.
It's good all the time. Let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this meeting. And before we say something, it's important that I introduce the Board of Management for Nairobi Water. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Martin Wamalwa Nangole, the Acting Managing Director of Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. Maybe just my directors, just stand and so that you introduce yourself. That is the Acting Commercial Director, Joshua Gitu. Butu Mwaura, he's standing in for Finance Director. Monica Tuli, our HR Director. Engineer Maina, he's standing in for Technical Director, Engineer Manore. Then Jimmy Tuo, the Acting ICT Director. It's also important to know the regional managers. The regional managers are people who are representing as mashinani. Just the regional manager, maybe you just stand up and wave. Those are our regional managers. I know they are the people that you interact with them on day-to-day basis. Thank you very much.
Sasa, MP, you can hand over the mic to the board chair so that he introduces his team. Then we hand over to Asreb.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning once again. My name is Arnold Karanja, Chairman, Board of Directors, Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company Limited. I'm happy to be here and I'm happy to see all of you. Before, allow me to introduce my colleagues who some of them, I can start here.
Good morning. My name is Cedric Alaro, board member.
Good morning. My name is Oscar Omoke. I sit in the board on behalf of the county government.
Good morning. My name is Emma Mukuhe, a board member.
Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Assalamu alaikum. Mukabwa John, board member.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Robo Mohammed. I am board member.
Thank you very much. We look forward to interacting with you.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope tuko sawa ya asubuhi. We are from Wastreb. I want to introduce the team from Wastreb. No, there are some seated on the other side. Albert Ochuodo works with Wastreb as the tariffs officer. To my right is Robert Mutai. Robert is the manager tariffs. And to my extreme right is Engineer James Kigutu. James is the Director Licensing Standards and Advocacy. My name is Richard Chiruyot. I'm the Acting CEO. And we want to welcome you to this forum this morning. Thank you.
We have Athi Water representative. We also want him to say hi to us before he presents.
So, good morning. Michael Kimotho is my name. I work for Athi Water. I'm here to represent Engineer Kamau. I also have my colleague who can stand there. That is Paul Mushai, who is our director in charge of bulk.
Okay. So now we'll go to opening remarks by CEO Wasrab, then to the Athi Water representative, then BOD Chair Nairobi Water, then CCM County of Nairobi. Thank you.
Thank you very much, MC. We want to, I know we've been unfair. We haven't introduced the team that is on the other side. So I hope at some point we will get to know who is represented on the other side. But really, on behalf of Wastreb, we want to welcome you to this forum this morning. This is a culmination of a process we started a while back with the Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company as part of, the processes to improve service delivery. So as kama washikadau na wateja wa maji wa Nairobi City, we want to welcome you. This is our process, all of us. This input to this process is very critical. from your end. And really, we want to ask that you give us your input to this process. I know this process has run for some time. This is part of that process. It will still be open for some time, and we will let you know. But why we do this, I think all of us appreciate. This city, and which is actually very good, increasingly, the population is growing. And for us to be able to continually serve that population that is growing, this company that is serving you requires resources. So part of those resources, for those of us who understand, utilities draw their resources from three main sources. One is from the taxes that we pay as citizens, and part of what the government apportions gets to the county government, and part of that then goes into doing investments in the different areas within our country. That is one revenue utilities have. The other one is from transfers. Transfers are basically what partners that we have give us to support the development objectives that we have as a country. Those development objectives, of course, are driven by the national policy frameworks, and all of us, I believe, are quite aware that we have a vision that in the next 5 years, we should be getting to certain targets in terms of access to water services. So partners basically come as to support, drive that national vision. So that is the second stream that we have for in terms of revenues. The third one, because I said there are 3 T's, is from tariffs. Tariffs are basically contributions you make as consumers to support us in terms of giving you the services that you get. The policy is that you're not paying for the water, but you're paying for the service that you're getting as a consumer. You're paying for the convenience that you get to deliver that water from the point where we are getting it from to the point of consumption, which is your house. So tariffs is that other form of financing service provision. There's a fourth one. Now that we are moving to our economic situation has improved, which is trade. That in the process of engaging with the partners, we no longer just get it as a grant, but also in terms of trade, we're able to finance our development activities. I say the cities, this city is growing. And the growth of the city is, when the city grows, it's really, we either look at it as a problem, also look at it as an opportunity for us, as the people with the mandate to provide water services, to really, up our game and really provide services to the people within the city. As it is, as Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company, the current level of service or the current level of access is about, they will give us the exact figures, about 80%. We still have a gap of 20% that we have to fill. These people, in the contribution to the national target, which is universal access for all the citizens, that contribution for Nairobi is closing that gap of 20% in terms of access to services. But we're also aware that you're not getting services at the required levels. The international commitments that we have, and which also have a timeline of 2030, talks about, the water should be piped to premise, so you should be getting water at your doorsteps, and that water should be available when needed. Available when needed talks about, a supply of 24/7. We are aware that currently the supply is not 24/7, and part of these interventions that we are making is really to enable the company be able to improve on service levels. So we are in this process to really look at how we can generate resources to support the utility be able to be sustainable. It's only when utilities are sustainable that they're able to, guarantee you the current level of service. But we're also, aware of what the government vision is. We are looking at pushing ourselves and improving the quality of life generally of our citizens. That improvement in quality of life calls for, increased investments, calls for, efficiency in terms of the way we deliver services. And that can only be realized if, we have utilities that are sustainable and we have utilities that are efficient in terms of what they give. So we have gone through this process. We have looked at the proposal as WASREB from the utility, and we've had discussions. And really to close on that discussion is to really seek input from you as consumers, as key stakeholders in this city to this process. This is a constitutional requirement. The Water Act that guides our operations also has laid that out very clearly on how they should be done. So this process cannot really be complete without your input as consumers. We have looked at a number of issues. This tariff is not just to enable the WSP be efficient, but also ensure that we address the service shortcomings that the utility has. We are aware that whereas access to water services could be at 80%, access to sanitation services, and more precisely, sewerage services for the city of Nairobi is not exactly at the required level. We need to address that. Candidly, if you look at access to services and sanitation services, we see challenges that the utility faces in terms of dealing with sewerage services. Yeah, the issues around the blockage of sewers. We see sewers bursting in several places. To be able to address those challenges, the utility needs resources to be able to do that. But in addition to now extending services to the other consumers who are not currently served. We're also aware that, the level of water losses is high. But it's also a chicken and egg business. You can actually say let them fix the losses to be able to get additional revenues. Because if they fix water losses, they get additional revenues. But again, to be able to fix those level of water losses, we need additional resources. So within this tariff, we provide resources for the utility to be able to do investments to deal with water losses. But we also don't just do this and say this is a blank check to the WSP to be able to, collect revenues and apply as they wish. It calls for accountability in terms of all of us. So within the framework of licensing, there are certain standards that the utility has to meet. And those standards have to be monitored. So once this tariff is implemented on a regular time basis, which is a quarterly basis, we will actually be asking for reports on how this tariff has performed. And part of those reports links performance of the utility to the revenues they are supposed to get. If the utility doesn't, for example, reduce water losses to the level that is required, then the projected revenues will not be realized. So in that case, they have really an inward incentive to really improve services. If they don't collect to the required standards, they are not able to really get the revenues that are required. So we have a framework where we really look at and monitor this efficiency commitments from the utility and ensure that, if it's about reliability of supply, and we are currently doing maybe 8 hours per day, we need to push that for the period of the license, because the tariff supports what the utility has committed in terms of the license. But we also appreciate in this framework of reviewing prices that we have to ensure that the proposed tariffs are affordable to all of us. Yeah, and we know income levels are different. So the way the tariff looks at this is leading to say the tariff is structured in a way that the people who consume more actually pay higher rates. We have what we call an increasing block tariff, and that increasing block tariff says, there's a lifeline consumption. So if you're consuming between 0 to 6 units, that rate, which is considered as the minimum amount to sustain your domestic operations, is actually below cost of service. So in that way, then you're saying, if you're really using that water for domestic purposes alone, then, affordability is subsidized by a person who consumes it at a higher level, or people who use that water for other purposes other than domestic purposes. So that is the framework we built in. But again, within the tariff setting process, we provided for, what we are calling a socioeconomic study. That socioeconomic study tells us, what are people willing to pay in terms, but what are also people affording in terms of the water tariffs. I said the tariff setting process is within a national framework, and we say, citizens should not pay more than 5% of their income on water and sanitation services. So when we're doing a socioeconomic study, those are the part of the guiding principles that we look at. This is just para process. So the tariff is to assist the WSP be more sustainable. So it's actually just a means. It's not an end in itself. So it is really on the utility to now ensure that those commitments are realized for us to realize benefits out of this process. And like I said, we give on this hand, but we also ask you on the other side to be accountable for what is given to them or to us. This is critical for us as a regulator. This is critical because we are discussing a utility that serves, in terms of our market size, about 40% of the sector. So if we're able to fix issues with this utility, then 40% of the sector is basically sorted out in terms of operations. So we really want to ask that as we engage, give us your feedback. We want to really get feedback that also supports us and supports the utility in terms of improving their efficiency, but also you getting services at the desired levels. As WASREB, we say our principal object of assistance is to protect your rights as consumers and interests in service provision, but also ensure that the existence and efficiency of the utilities is guaranteed. So as I close, we want to really welcome you. We will share with you what the principles of tariff setting, then now get into the utility being able to share with us the details in terms of what the tariff has. So thank you very much, and really be welcome and feel free to give us your contribution to this process. Asanteni sana.
I'll now call upon the CEO, Managing Director, Nairobi Water, to give his remarks. He'll be followed by Board Chair, Nairobi Water, and CCM representative after that.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me take this opportunity to welcome you again to this critical engagement with our key stakeholders. So I'll just read my speech. All protocol observed. Allow me to begin by welcoming you all and thanking you sincerely for joining us in this important engagement on the proposed tariff review of Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. Your presence here reflects a shared commitment to strengthening the reliability, sustainability, and long-term resilience of water and sewerage services that our city depends on. All of you are aware, Nairobi is rapidly expanding metropolis. We are growing up both vertically and horizontal, with a population exceeding 5 million people, all of whom rely on us every day for clean water and safe sanitation. Beyond population growth, the city is also undergoing rapid urbanization. Several estates that were originally single-dwelling residential areas such as South B, South C, Kilimani, Kileleshwa, Ngumba, and others have transformed into high-rise and high-density developments. This shift has significantly increased water demand and sewer load in areas where underlying infrastructure were never designed to support such densities. As a result, we have faced rising pressure on the distribution network, treatment capacity, sewer system, initiating investment to ensure that growing populations continue to receive adequate water supply and safe sanitations. As a utility, we've continued to do everything possible within our existing resources constraints to maintain reliability through pressure management, rapid response to burst, supply, maintenance, and continuous quality monitoring. At the time, we've embarked on several critical interventions to modernize our network, expand capacity, diversify water sources. As all of you are aware, our current demand as the city stands at around 950,000 cubic meter per day. But what we are able to supply is around 660 cubic meters per day. So there's a shortfall of around 250,000 cubic meter. However, we must acknowledge collectively that the single investment required cannot be met under the current tariff structure that we are going through. The tariff has remained unchanged since 2023, yet the cost of essential inputs in terms of the treatment of chemicals, power, materials, environmental protection requirements continues to rise. Without a tariff that reflects the realities of service delivery, we risk slowing down critical upgrades, delaying expansion, and compromising service reliability in the future. What I can assure you as our key stakeholders, we are committed in terms of ensuring that you enjoy our services in a very transparent way, in our accountable way, and prudent management of the resources that we offer. What we can assure you as stakeholders, every additional resources generated through this tariff increment will be ring-fenced for infrastructure improvement, efficiency gains, and the expansion of equitable access. In today's sessions, you will see clearly where we are coming from, the gaps that we must address, and the investment roadmap required to secure the Nairobi water future. Thank you for your time and partnership. We look forward for the positive engagement on how we can really continue improving these services that we offer to you as our stakeholders. Asanteni sana. Invite our chairman to give his remarks. Mr. Arnold Karanja, karibu.
Thank you. Allow me to ride on the protocols already established. Because today is a day for public participation, I had a speech, but I don't, because I want us to have honest and meaningful engagements, I'll just make very few remarks, because today leo ni siku ya customers. Now, as the CEO of WASREB, Bwana Cheriot said, the company is at a point whereby it needs resources to go to the next level. But even before we get those resources, I would want us want to paint a picture of where we are. Now, I grew up in Buruburu, City Council Estate, Phase 2. And those days I remember we used to yearn for maji ya kanjo. Neo maji ya kanjo ndio hii mpaka leo tunakunywa. Now, as the years have progressed, maji ya kanjo imekuwa na challenge. Pipes zinazeeka, so you find on the kwa barabara maji ina leak. Kidogo kidogo flats tumejenga, siwa zinalipuka. What happens? Either maji ya siwa inachanga. First of all, hiyo maji ya siwa is an ISO. It's a health hazard. Number two, it gets to a point. I remember there was a case in, I'm happy to see a gentleman from Lumumba here. There was a case maybe a year or two back whereby the water was contaminated between sewer and fresh water Kanjo. Kweli. Na ilitatuliwa na wafanyikazi wetu wa Nairobi Water, sio? So such challenges come with the old infrastructure that we have. Because hizi pipe ni za 50s, 60s, 70s. Hiyo requires resources to fix. Lakini kuna ile ingine ambayo nyinyi ambao tuko hapa, watu wa mtaa na sisi wherever we stay, we need to take ownership. Hii mambo ya wizi wa maji. Are we aware about wizi wa maji? Kama umeona maji kiibu ama unajua inaibwango inua mkono. Kama unajua. Haya. Because it's a safe space, yo funga macho. Kama umeiba maji. Sisemu inue mkono, usiwahi uache kuiba. Sisemu inue mkono. Now, hii issue ya wizi wa maji, it has come to a point whereby it is unbearable. Usi yote akicheka hapa na sisi, anakuanga mkali sana na sisi as the company, because anaona ni kama, and I feel like even us guys need to do more in terms of wizi wa maji. Now, let me tell you the impact of theft of water. Mimi palinaishi, I pay 47 shillings for 1,000 liters. Sindio? Gitu, is that the correct? For a cubic. 45 shillings. 45 shillings for 1,000 liters. Mimi ile mina lipa. Ile bill nalipanga kila mwezi. I pay 45 bob. Lakini juu huku kwingine tunakubali ukora, na si tumeinua mikono watu wengi tunasema tunajua watu wanaiba maji. Maji haikuji na pressure, so itoshi, ama inakosa kuja. True or false? We've raised those complaints about no water or low pressure. True. Because tumekubali mtu afungue kioski yake, na sasa ile jerrycan ile, how many liters is it? 20. Unauziwa 20 bob, si ndio? So if you were to spend, kama ungekunywa 1,000 liters of water, you'd have spent 1,000. Mimi nimelipa 45 bob. Hiyo hesabu inaingiana? Na hiyo maji hata ujui quality. True or false? So even as we converse today, I needed hiyo ingie tuelewe where we are as a city. Whereby sasa tumeamua sasa we don't, sisemi kila mtu, but kuna watu wameamua hao ndio watakuwa Nairobi Water, watakuwa Kenya Power, and they don't care. They benefit, lakini sisi mwananchi ndio wanaumia. Now, I have seen videos on kwa mtandao. Whenever we see our politicians overlapping, tunasimamishanga gari. Tunasema, hiyo tabia wacha. Mpaka urudi side yako. True or false? Na inatuudhingi sana wakifanya hivyo. Uongo kweli? Right now over Christmas, nimeona vijana wakitoa madereva walevi kwa barabara. True or false? Unaweza ingia gari inaendeshwa na mlevi. So the same agitation that we have over such social ills is what I'd want us to take home today. Whatever tariff, yes, it's important, but I need us to see what it costs us to kukubali mtu anaiba maji. Now, as we're seated just here, nakuanga na simu ingine, I've tried, tunakuanga na toll free number ya kureport wizi wa maji na sewer leaks. Hiyo namba nimejaribu na inafanya. I didn't use my line, I used a different line, and it is working. The number is 08, andika. So let me start. 08 00 724 366. Now, hii namba ukipiga, unafaa ureport water leak, sewer leak, mtu wote unaona naiba maji, ikuwe mwananchi ama mfanyikazi wa Nairobi Water, you report and you indicate the name. Now, if action is not taken, because now the MD has told me that now the phone calls are being recorded, you can formally write to us and say you made a call on this day and made this complaint that huyu alikuwa naiba maji ama anafanya hii, and will take action bila kubembeleza mtu. Sawa sawa? So I needed to put that into context because I wish there was a video showing where the water comes from. I'm sure you know the water sources. Kuna Ndakaine, iko huko Murang'a, iko Kikuyu Springs, iko hapa Kikuyu. We have Sasumua, Ruiru Dam, Kiambu. Now if we use the example of Sasumua Dam is how many kilometers to Gigiri? Top of mind? 60. 60 kilometers. And there are 3 pipes. Sindio? 2 pipes. So you need 120 kilometers ya maji. Now by the time your maji inakuja, kuna watu wanashughulikia hizo pipes, kuna watu huko kwa Nyandaro wanaensure misitu watu waingii. Alafu sasa hapa Nairobi tunakubali mtu aibe na anatutuzia maji 20 shilling 1 bob per liter. Is that sustainable for us? Tutakubali? Will we stop we will start reporting those? Tutareport tafadhali. Nani atareport? Kama ile unajua umeona, tafadhali. Very good. But now we've given you a new number. It's an action that we are taking and we're being deliberate about it. But yes, I hear you, and that one we have to correct. So with those many remarks, I want to thank you, and I look forward to further engagements. God bless you. Allow me to invite my colleague on the board, who also is the Chief of Staff for Water, representing the CCM Nairobi. Thank you.
The Managing Director, Water Services Regulatory Board, the Earthy Water representative, the staff of WASREB present, the chairman of the Board of Directors, Nairobi Water, the Board of Directors, Nairobi Water, the management staff of Nairobi Water present, the staff present of Nairobi Water, my fellow Nairobians, good morning. As you've been told, my name is Oscar Omoke. I'm the Chief Officer responsible for water and sanitation services, and I sit in the board of Nairobi Water, and I am here courtesy of the county government of Nairobi. Mine is, first of all, to thank the board of directors, the management of Nairobi Water and WASREB for making this meeting possible today. This meeting is a culmination of a 6-month process of tariff review by Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company. WASREB is the regulator of water, but you all know that water is a devolved function. The reason water is regulated is because the Constitution did require that the citizens are protected the quality of water is guaranteed, and all the citizens enjoy their constitutional rights of provision of clean and safe water. Therefore, WASREB is a national government institution that regulates a devolved function. Why we're here today? We are here for the purposes of public participation to allow Nairobi Water to review their tariff. But again, I want to thank WASREB and Nairobi Water for the transparency, for the accountability, and ensuring that this process is as transparent and all the citizens participate as much as possible. But for those who are here for the first time, it will be important for us to make you understand the journey we have walked with by Nairobi Water and by WASREB to culminate into this meeting. The tariff review is basically a process that Nairobi Water seeks to be licensed by WASREB for their water provision services. And we all know that without a legal license, Nairobi Water, which is a county government agency, will not be allowed to operate. Therefore, we are here just to ensure that the public participation process, which you have been told is a legal process, is a constitutional requirement that requires that governance must carry the population, and the population must understand, and you must give your views to the governance policies that either WASREB or Nairobi Water wants to conduct. Ladies and gentlemen, Nairobi County, where we sit today, most of you might not be aware that Nairobi County's GDP is greater than many countries in Africa, including Rwanda, Botswana, Burundi, and Mozambique. But why am I saying that? I'm saying that because Nairobi County and its population and its GDP does require that we compare ourselves not to the lower countries, but to the countries that we need to compare ourselves with, like Egypt and South Africa. In today's session, I hope the consultant will be allowed to make a comparison on the cost of water that we do provide as Nairobi Water to our citizen. You will see a comparison between Nairobi Water and all the other counties in Nairobi. Since I've been part of this process, I can assure all of you seated here that Nairobi, even after the review they want to do, will be the cheapest water service provider in Kenya. I can again assure you, as you've been told, Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company provides for 40% of the revenued water in this country. Therefore, those of us who are seated here today, you have an opportunity to understand where we are as Nairobi Water, where we are as Nairobi County, and why we did require that these tariffs be reviewed necessarily, not to increase the cost of water. But what Nairobi Water wants to do is to ensure that the citizen living in Kibra, the citizen living in Mathare, the citizen living in Mukuru does not pay the same amount of water as the citizen in Runda, the water users in various companies, and to ensure that there is equitable distribution of the cost of water from down up. I want to recommend, first of all, again, the company, the board of directors, the WASREB, and all the other stakeholders who have made us to meet here today. And just to bring you to speed, this meeting is a culmination of several meetings, because I know the board and management have met the water users at the domestic level. We have had meetings with the water users, that is the big consumers. We have sat with various associations in Nairobi, estate associations. We have sat with the county government of Nairobi. We have sat with the county assembly of Nairobi. And for all those meetings, I am glad to say the explanation that Nairobi Water gave made sense. And in all those meetings, Nairobi Water was given a no objection for this process. It is therefore our turn now, as a citizen of Nairobi, to look at the proposals that are being issued here today and to either support or otherwise. Lastly, I want to make Nairobians understand the cost of water. Currently, as proposed. In the presentations here, you will see something called a cubic meter. And I must say, Bwana MD, that when we were having the public participation with the legislatures, we had to explain to them what a cubic meter is. And surprisingly, most of us don't understand the difference between a cubic meter and a liter. What Nairobi is selling to the citizens today, they intend to sell the water at 68 shillings for the domestic users per cubic meter. But what does that mean? Because 1 cubic meter is basically 1,000 liters. Right? Unaelewana hapo? 1,000 liters, for those who understand the cost of water pale kwa kijiji, because I know most of you, pale kwa kijiji, you buy water in jerrycans. 1,000 liter is 50 20-liter jerrycans. Tunaelewana mpaka hapo? So 1 jerrycan is 20 liters, right? So what Nairobi intends to sell today, they intend to sell 1 cubic meter for 68 shillings. Tunaelewana? So, hiyo maji ya Nairobi Water, ikiwekwa kwa kibuyu moja, ni pesa ngapi? That 20 liters, if you are sold to by Nairobi Water, should cost 1 shilling and 36 cents. So what that means is that a liter of water should cost 0.068 shillings per liter. Tunaelewana mpaka hapo? Tukienda kwa duka saa hizi tununue hii half liter, ni pesa ngapi? How much? 50 shillings. So, hizi mbili, Nairobi Water inakuzia at 0.068 shillings. Now, what I want to enlighten the citizens of Nairobi is that this tariff that we are reviewing today, it's to ensure that we stop buying water outside our system. Today, if you are living in Langata or Kilimani, if you order for a 10,000 or 20,000 liter of the truck, how much do they charge us? 10,000? 4,000 thereabout. That 10,000 liters, Nairobi Water is selling for us at 680 shillings. So this review that we want to do is basically to improve on the infrastructure, to ensure that all of us both in the up market na pale kwa kijiji tuko na maji, to ensure that no one else again ever buys water off our systems, to ensure that everybody pays water for the in equal costs. Therefore, as a county government, our intention aligns with WASREB's intention, which is to protect the citizen, to ensure the quality of water is correct, and to ensure that all our citizens benefit from the common good that we do, all the common good that we do provide, we do get by the provision of water. Allow me to recognize the presence of my CEC, Green Nairobi, Madam Maureen, karibu. Kwa hivyo, in conclusion, Bwana MD, is that as a county government, we are aligned to your consumer protection policies. We are aligned to ensure that all Nairobians benefit equally, and we are aligned to ensure that the quality of water is that the quality of water is that you give, that we will give as Nairobi water, is of the good quality. Finally, on behalf of the county government of Nairobi, on behalf of the board of directors of Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company, I want to wish all of us a fruitful engagement, and I want to wish all of us to have the understanding that the provision of the review of this tariff is to make us have a better service provision. Asanteni sana na Mungu wabariki.
Asante, Chief Officer. I will now request CCM, kindly. You need to at least say hi.
Good morning, all. Good morning once again. I think it's quite delightful that we've been able to meet here today. Sorry. I think I can say it's quite delightful that we've been able to meet here today. I'd like to start by appreciating the team from the Water Services Regulatory Board, headed by the CEO, together with the team from Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company, headed by the chairman, together with the board members, the MD, and all staff of Nairobi Water, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. My name is Maureen Jerry, and I'm the CEC, that's the County Executive Committee member for Green Nairobi. Green Nairobi has 3 dockets, and water and sanitation is one of the dockets which are under the sector. So today is actually a very significant day, and I know we had begun this stakeholder consultation process about 2-3 weeks ago, and we have been running with them in the last 2 weeks, together with the members of also our county assembly, as well as the teams within the executive, for us to be able to align and to agree on the tariff that is currently proposed for the city of Nairobi in terms of water and sewerage services. As you all know, like my chief officer has mentioned, Nairobi's demand for water, for reliable water and sewerage services continues to grow every day, simply because the population is growing. This is an urban city. It's growing drastically each and every year. And for us to be able to meet the needs and the demands that are currently there, we have to also be able to modernize our systems. We have to be able to get more water resources. We have to be able to put in better infrastructure, because the infrastructure which is currently there is very aged. We have to be able to have better systems for that, and to be able to also take care of the water losses which are also there each and every day. So today's engagement is pretty much just for us to listen to you. And of course, we are trying to run this process in the most transparent, in the most collaborative way, so that we can be able to agree at the end of this conversation on the tariff that is going to be able to support the needs of this city. So Nairobi Water is proposing major infrastructural improvements in various places across the city, and I'm sure we'll be able to be taken through that, through investments that will directly benefit yourselves as the residents of the city, as well as the business that we currently have, And this, of course, includes several infrastructure projects relating to water pipelines, new water pipelines in terms of new sewer lines, as well as a comprehensive program for us to be able to reduce our non-revenue water. This is the water that is not billed. This is the water that ideally ends up wasted, that is not exactly supporting us in terms of collection of our revenue. We are also investing into modern ICT systems, which I'm sure you're also going to be informed about, whilst as we also upgrade our systems in terms of billing accuracy, of course enhancing transparency, and of course accelerate service delivery. So the proposed adjustment for water and sewerage charges reflects the actual cost of producing as well as distributing water, as well as expanding and maintaining our infrastructure. What we'll be looking at as a positive impact is that we'll be able to have more reliable water supply. We'll be able to have better pressure in areas where pressure for water is not there, and of course fewer interruptions, and as well as improved wastewater services and a streamlined digital billing and customer engagement process. So the tariff is therefore not simply a price revision. It is an investment in stability, it's an investment in efficiency, it's an investment that is looking into service reliability for Nairobi as a whole and for us to be able to meet our demands. So what we are asking for today as to the residents is that we need your support. We need your support in terms of reviewing this tariff, in terms of following through the conversation with us and for us to be able to achieve our goals. So we need your partnership as businesses, we need your partnership as institutions, we need your partnership as service providers, we need your partnership as just members of the public to be able to support what we intend to do. So let me conclude by reaffirming that the county executive supports and is there to be able to provide the services which Nairobi Water has committed to, for us to be able to have a water secure, environmentally sustainable, as well as an economically vibrant city. So the tariff proposal that is going to be discussed in the subsequent few hours we are going to be here, we request for your assistance. Whatever questions that you're going to be having, we are here to support, we are here to respond to whatever queries which are going to be there. Thank you very much, and I wish you all a fruitful engagement.
Thank you, Waziri. We are now going to the meat of the matter. The presentations will start and follow as I will read out. We will have WASREB, Athi Waterworks, and MD Nairobi Water taking us through from here. Then after that, we shall have questions and plenary. WASREB.
Presentation.
It should be there. You have it here. You cannot use it.
Whose laptop is this? Sorry. Where is?
Can we have the WASREB presentation on? WASREB presentation on screen, please.
Yes, allow me to also ride on the protocols already established. My name is James Kigutu, the Director Licensing Standards and Advocacy from WASREB. And I'll be presenting to you explanation on why we are here, which I believe all of us understand. And we are seated here in this great city of ours that contributes approximately 30% of our GDP. And that underscores the importance of drinking water that is clean and safe to drive our economy. Again, considering that 10% of this country's population resides in this country. Now, we as a county, also as a WSP, the Nairobi Water also faces a lot of challenges. And these are also common. They are not unique only to Nairobi Water. They are also common to other WSP. And one of the challenges is limited water resources and catchment degradation, which we are aware of. The sources of water supply, major sources of water supply for Nairobi comes from Aberdare. Our rivers around Nairobi are heavily polluted and contaminated, and we cannot be able to abstract water for service provision from our rivers due to the cost of treatment and also the scarcity of this resource. Groundwater. Those of us who stay in Kilimani, Kileleshwa have complained a lot. Everyone who is doing real estate, developing their apartments, they are doing their own borehole. And some are even going even deeper than the neighbor who drilled first. And this uncontrolled or unregulated abstraction affect also our groundwater service provision, water sources. Water pollution, you have seen our rivers as well. Industries polluting our rivers. Non-revenue water, this has been discussed. You can see the number, 54%. And someone was joking, saying that in Nairobi we have two companies. One, I was telling MD, one is visible and the other one is invisible. You can see 50% of water being lost. It's not bringing any revenue to the company. And the one that is invisible is seated with you here. The one that is visible, you can see them here. So you own that company that is invisible. And we need to do something to stop this. Stop water theft, invest also in infrastructure, which are very old for our company. There is rapid urbanization and high demand growth. You can see the water demand at the moment is at almost going to 900,000 cubic meters per day. In 2030, it's supposed to hit 1 million cubic meters per day. But look at the supply that is available, around 660,000 cubic meters per day. This includes the NCT, which is, and Karimenu, which is one of the flagship projects. NCT is injecting 140,000 cubic meters per day, and Karimenu about 23,000 cubic meters per day to Nairobi. This leaves a deficit of 210 cubic meters per day. This requires a lot of investment and also calls for attention for us to manage the limited resource that we have. Our system also, the CEO mentioned our bulk supply, 60 kilometers, I think it's a chair, 60 kilometers away. And this requires heavy capital investment, a lot of operational costs, and also energy. Where do we get this money from? It has to come from us. Then storage capacity also is very limited, and that is why we are struggling as a WSP. Those photos are very common there. Water rationing. Every 3 years, I'm told, there is a drought, severe one, and this affects all of us here. Now, to address these challenges, we have the legal framework which defines the responsibility of each one of our stakeholders seated here. The Constitution, Article 10, recognizes the importance of governance, good governance in our institution, and the public participation in decision making. And that is why we called you here today, so that we can be able to discuss the matters of tariff adjustment for Nairobi. Again, Article 43, the human right to clean and safe drinking water and reasonable sanitation services. That is your right as a citizen in this country. The national government, the county government has a responsibility to ensure you get these services at the right quality and quantity as well. The fourth schedule also devolved this function. The county government also has the responsibility to establish this WSP. Currently, we are regulating about 95 of WSPs. Most of them are owned by the county government. The county government does only own this institution. They are also required to invest in asset development and also enhancing governance in these institutions. We also have the Water Act 2016, and which was amended through the Water Amendment Bill of 2024. And this recognizes the institutions that are relevant in the water service provision. All of us are aware of the Ministry of Water, Sanitation and Irrigation, which is responsible for the policy and coordination. We have the sector regulator, WASREB, ourselves, and WRA, who are the Water Resources Authority, who regulate the water resources systems, assessing the importance of cost recovery tariff to ensure financial sustainability of our WSP. Performance of these companies that we regulate, you will be able to see the performance of your company, accountability and good governance, and also licensing on the basis of commercial viability. Now, who is WASREB? WASREB is a national regulator for water and sanitation services. We have the other sister organization, WRA, who regulate the water resources. And our principal objective is to protect the interests of consumer in water service provision. And this is through ensuring that this water is affordable, the services being offered by the WSPs are sustainable, and they are reliable to our consumer, while still ensuring that the WSP is able to stand and provide these services. Our core responsibility includes setting the standard. This is governance, minimum service level for water service and sanitation as well, licensing of water companies, reviewing and approving the tariff. And I would like you to understand that the application originates from the WSP. So the tariff is not a document of WASREB, as is to review the application of the proposal and approve this tariff. And that is why we are here, so that you can tell us whether it meets your needs, so that we proceed to do the approval. Then we do monitoring and enforcement of the license conditions, among others mandates that we have. I would like you to look at this picture here, the progress towards SDG 6 by 2030. You can see currently the latest report, impact report that we publish every year. 2023-2024, the status of this country was 70% of the population is covered by this WSP, water coverage. And this represents around 50% of the population served by the WSP that we regulate. In 2030, we are supposed to be 100%. Just imagine how far we need to move. And this 70% we have achieved for how long? So many years, many decades. So it tells you the effort that you, the consumer, and the national government and the county government and all of us have to undertake to ensure that we achieve this universal access. You can see non-revenue water is still, they call it elephant in the room. Average, national average at 44%, which is estimated to be 12 billion Kenyan shillings. This is Nairobi Water again, the company itself. If you look at the revenue for this company, equivalent to this water we are losing every year. Just imagine how many people can be covered through this non-revenue water that is being lost opportunity for us. The sewerage, as it is very expensive to invest in it. You can see it's at 15%. You'll be able to see Nairobi, how far they are. And that is why, as a regulator, also we are promoting non-sewer and sanitation concept in urban areas so that we can be able to ensure everyone has access to this safely managed sanitation. In 2023, the ministry launched NAWASIP, which is the National Water and Sanitation Investment Plan. And this recognized the gap in financing of 995 billion Kenya shillings to enable us achieve universal access by 2030. The available financing by then is around 529 billion Kenyan shillings. This is through the government tax budgetary allocation. Then we have a financing gap of 466 billion Kenyan shillings. We don't know where it will come from. Just to be precise, out of these 466 billion Kenya shillings, 157 is supposed to come from our WSP. Through efficiency gains, I talked about the non-revenue water to contribute 31 billion Kenya shillings. Tariff increase, and that is the vision for this country. We know very well we are going to Singapore. And we cannot go to Singapore with the current tariffs that we are charging our population, all our consumers. Then commercial financing from the bank, which is supposed to contribute 81 billion. So you can see WSP and the consumer, you have a responsibility to raise this 157 billion Kenya shillings. Now, we as a regulator, through our mandate to develop the standard for water service provision, we have the model for the tariff. And the tariff model in terms of pricing is supposed to be cost recovery. And this is also the aspiration of our Water Act and also the regulations. And what we are championing through the counties is that these utilities that serve the urban areas, where the ability to pay is very good, they should be allowed to learn by themselves without subsidy. And Nairobi is one of them, one of the largest and the biggest utility in the region. Just imagine Nairobi struggling and going to the county government to seek subsidies for the services. That would be the worst thing to happen in this country. And remember, Nairobi commands 40% of the market share in water service provision. So our tariff has various cost components that we use to determine. One is operation. This includes the cost of buying these chemicals for treatment, the staff cost, the board of directors payment and allowances, regulator costs, ourselves and others. There is maintenance cost as well to ensure that the services continue running as required. There is debt service for investment, including the principal and interests. Then there is also other investment as well. So when you add these costs is what determines the tariff that you pay. There are various sources of tariff. They were discussed by our acting CEO. One of them is tax. The county government is supposed to allocate financing, budgetary allocation to the WSPs, which we have not seen it happen in most of the counties. The national government has also a responsibility through the waterworks to also allocate budgetary allocation for asset development. Then there is transfers. This comes from the development aids, which has been going down for years. And this is because our country was elevated to high level, middle income. That is why we are seeing most of the partners are moving their resources of financing to other countries that require it most. And this might change, even might worsen, because we are going the Singapore way. So it means you might not be able to get this support, grants from the partners. And this leaves us with the tariff as the only solution to ensure sustainability of our WSP. The impact of the lack of cost recovery tariff. This means that WSP will start to struggle. They will start making losses. The services will be compromised. When you call, there is someone who saying he reported a bust and no one responded. Now it will be worse. It will be you, every one of us here will get poor services. Then infrastructure, which are very old for this Nairobi. Some of them as old as over 50, 60 years old. And we know the lifeline, economic life of our systems. They have surpassed that. They need to be renewed, develop new system, new sources, and expand the services to ensure that everyone is covered. We need money. And if this is not available, we will not be able to cover a majority of our population. Then investment. The contractors who are doing these works need to be paid. What happens if there is no money to pay them? It means they will stay without pay. The project will be delayed. The expected impact will not be achieved from this project. Unreliable water supply. This will be even worse. Currently, you know very well, the number of hours for Nairobi is quite low, less than 12 hours per day. Now it will even be lower, maybe half or 5 hours per day. All of us will be affected. Water losses. This non-revenue water does not only come from water theft, the infrastructure, the physical losses of this old system that requires replacement. This requires money as well. Failure to pay loans. This company also, I believe it has debts. They need to be paid through revenue. Again, we need money. Subsidies. These are not sustainable. There is no way, and I'm sure, the county will not be able to support this company through subsidies. Again, we need money. Staff motivation. If the staff stay without payment, what happens? They will not be productive. They will be demotivated. The service will be compromised. We need money. Progress towards universal coverage. Currently, Nairobi is less than expected. We should be at 80%. It's lower than that. What happens if the company is constrained financially? Again, you will not be able to ensure universal access to water and sanitation services by 2030, which is also a human right. This is the snapshot of the performance of your company. You can see 2024-2025, the water coverage at 79%. Through this tariff, we have proposed an increment which is gradual or progressive through support of this tariff to be able to achieve 87% by 2029. This is even far from the expectation of 100% universal coverage. But this is because of limited resources also, because what it means for us to achieve 100% coverage, you have to pay more than what CEO disclosed as the tariff, the proposed tariff. Sewerage, 52%, we are supposed to move to 64%. So you see, need for money also. We will not be able to achieve 100% universal coverage, sanitation as well. Look at non-revenue water, 54% at the moment, and we expect to move to 39%. NAWASIP expect us to move to at least 30%. Again, we need the resources. Apart from this tariff, we need to mobilize other resources from the private sector to be able to lower these numbers of non-revenue water. The hours of supply, just imagine, we are supposed to get 24/7 water supply. 2028-2029, we will be at 12 hours per day. Still far, halfway. That tells you also the need for resources. ORDM coverage, 99%, 24-25. That tells you the company has been slightly struggling. It has been on the edge because ORDM coverage less than 100% means the company has to rely on other sources of financing for it to stand and provide services. The NAWASIP expects the water companies to have at least 105%. But because of limited resources also, we have proposed an increment from 99 to 134% by 2028-2029 for the company to provide services sustainably. So that is the performance of your company. The MD will be able to discuss more. It is also good to see how you are performing in comparison with other WSP. Just imagine the highest tariff in this country is from Kiambere Mwingi. Do you know where it is? Which county? It's Kitui County. Kitui is dry, right? It's arid and semi-arid area. And they are paying 300 shillings per unit. This is subsidized, 1 to 6 units, the first block, which is Propua. 300 shillings. Currently, Nairobi is paying how much? How much are you paying? You are a consumer. 45 shillings. Just imagine. Just look at the lowest. Tachasis. Where is it? Nando, isn't it? This is a small company. It's paying 45 shillings. The same price you are paying here. And just imagine where you are in the region. That tells you, Nairobi, the ability, the level of income is quite good to be able to afford tariff higher than 45 shillings. The average is at 115 of all these WSPs you are seeing. And you have heard that the company is proposing a 68. Where does 68 lie there? It's just bottom still. You can see the next one is 60 shillings per unit, which is Gatamadhe. I know this is Murang'a here. And the next one is 75. So you are still low. So there is a lot for us to achieve all what I have mentioned there, universal coverage, so that you get your services 24/7. You need to go deeper to our pocket so that we move this city also to Singapore. Now, in conclusion, what we are saying is that accountability and good governance is key for the performance also of our utilities and also sustainability of this sector. uniform standards that are developed by ourselves, WASREP, on governance, reporting, audit, and enforcement are also important to drive this sector in realizing access to water and sanitation services for all by 2030. We need to do reforms, efficiency reforms in our company. It's not only Nairobi that is experiencing that high level of non-revenue water. There are others, WSP, which are even as high as 70% non-revenue water losses. And most of this is attributed to theft. So we need to work closely with the WSP and our police unit, which are under the waterworks, so that we stop this and support the company. And of important, what this means is, if 54% is lost, that cost is transferred to you, the consumer. Just imagine also, if there was zero loss, you would be paying almost half of the 45 shillings you are paying. Then tariff reforms as well, financial sustainability and commercialization of water services. It should not be business as usual. We need cost-reflective tariffs for our companies, and also ring-fence revenues, where all the revenues generated by our companies are used for service provision. They don't go outside to support other county activities as well. We need also alternative financing. You have seen the amount that you can be able to raise is not adequate. So we need to seek for other sources from the private sector, partnership, to improve service delivery. Political support. You know very well, tariff is very emotive, and it attracts a lot of political attention. A lot of pains from us. We know very well, a lot of us also are struggling. But would you be struggling without water? Water is essential for us, and that is why we need support from the political, and I'm happy to see the county government represented here supporting this process so that we move forward to support our company. We also need increased investment, infrastructure development. Abby will stand here to tell us what they have for us. System rehabilitation as well through the tariff and other sources of financing. Lastly, this is a notice that we published on 25th of November 2025 with the intention to get your comment, and that is the reason why we are here. You can still email to us through the address on the screen, info@wasrep.go.ke, or you can write those comments and send them by post, or deliver them to our offices, addressed to our CEO, and we are on the 5th floor of the SHA building, which is the former NHIF building. And this deadline ends on 24th of December 2025. Thank you, and this is the package for Christmas. And I hope we will be able to support the company so that we move forward to improve services for all of us. Thank you.
We'll now have a Water representative taking us through projects.
One second, there's one more presentation tutakapo. Kuna one more presentation naweka. Alafu ndio sasa uanze tu mara moja.
On. So good morning. Still riding on the protocols present is that my name is Mike Kimotho from Earthy Water Works Development Agency. And what I want to present is what as an institution we are doing to support the Nairobi Water. Those are the areas I'll be covering with this. Okay. So in terms of Earthy Water Works, our responsibility, one is to undertake the development and maintenance of national public water works, and also we also provide reserve capacity, provide technical services and capacity building, and also provide technical support to the Cabinet Secretary. And also in line with the new Water Act, we are also doing bulk water supply. And with this, we are also doing the NCT and Karimeno. In terms of looking at our vision, we are looking at access to clean water and sustainable water management for all. Engineer has taken us in terms of the water service coverage, where for us we cover Nairobi County, we have Kiambu County and Murang'a County, but basically our biggest utility is Nairobi Water. In terms of the wastewater capacity, currently we have about 232. Looking at the projected demands, we have, by 2025, as we are now, we are at about 1.1 million cubic meters, and by 2030, we expect to be at about 1.4 cubic meters per day. In terms of wastewater generation, from our master plans, we are looking at about 1.2 million cubic meters a day, so you can see we still have a long way to go. We've been told the sanitation coverage, the sewerage sanitation is at about 51%, and currently we have Dandora and Kariobangi, which means in the investments that we will be doing as an institution, we want to do more, we are focusing more on sewer, and which requires, as you bring more water, you realize that more treatment needs to be done. In terms of the water sources, you have them there. You have the Kikuyu Springs, Rurutu, you have Sasumwa, we have Ndakaine, we have Karimeno, which has added about 70,000, the northern collector about 140,000, then we have the groundwater sources, these are the boreholes, but as you can see, along the way we have consumers, which again are taking water from the Nairobi system. We have the WSPs which are in our area. So looking at it, as we said, the current demand as we are is 70,000. So we still have a deficit, and that's why it's important as we do the tariffs to improve the infrastructure. What we're looking at as an agency is to increase coverage to 85% from the current 76%. And what will we be doing? One is that we want to focus more on the storage, which we plan in our strategic plan to increase these dams, which will bring an additional 461,000 cubic meters. We also need to develop new water sources, which we are working on, which will add again another 102,000 cubic meters a day. We'll also be working on improving the transmission networks by about 443 kilometers. We will also be expanding the distribution network by about 360 kilometers, and also expand the water treatment facilities and capacities to about 318,000 cubic meters per day. So that is in line with our strategic plan, which goes up to 2028. In terms of sewerage capacity, we need to increase this to about 60% in our area of jurisdiction. And by this, we are looking at having an increased waste treatment capacity of 138,000 cubic meters. We'll need to do about 880 kilometers of sewer networks. We are also looking towards investing towards reducing the non-revenue water. And also, as engineers said, we are also looking towards doing on-site wastewater treatment facilities, and especially for the urban sectors. Because as we move forward, more land is not available, and it's becoming a very costly affair. This is a table in this graph. What we're showing is the water resource and supply strategies for the Nairobi metropolis. As for us, we are also not looking at Nairobi as it is. We also look at its bedrooms, and that is the metropolis. We have Kajiado, we have Kangodo, we have Murang on this other side. And so, in line with our master plan, which goes up to 2035, we started, we wanted to do the Ruiru. Then we were doing some well fields. Then from there, by 2020, we were supposed to have completed the NCT phase 1, which we've now done. And also do some dams, Committee 1 dam, Ruiru 2 dam, Karimino 2. Then we have what we are calling Stony Athi. And the purposes of this is to release more water to Nairobi and also cater for the towns that are around there. Then by this year, we were supposed to have done the South Mathira transfer, that is the Maragua Dam, which was supposed to bring another 132,000, so it's in the procurement stages. Then by 2030, we'll do the phase 2 of the Northern Collector. Then we are also working on the Darugo Dam, which we were supposed to do by 2030, but we've brought it forward because this will bring about 216,000 cubic meters per day, 1,000 cubic meters per day, and this will go towards reducing the deficit that we have in Nairobi. So this is where we are in terms of our master plan. What you're seeing there, this is the Karimino Dam. So what documents are we working with is that we've done a master plan which up to 2035, which we want to raise about 150 billion. We have also done a Nairobi Sewerage and Sanitation Master Plan worth about 105 billion. We have the Nairobi Water Distribution Master Plan up to 2042, which will cost us about 26 billion. And then we have what we call the Nairobi Inclusive Sanitation Improvement Project, and this covers the sanitation, which is about 158 billion, and this we are all working towards raising those finances, either through the tariffs and also through the PPPs. Those are the partners we work with. Our major partner being the government of Kenya. We have the World Bank, we have the KFW, we have the AFD, which is mostly working in Nairobi, and we also working with Badea for the rural areas within our area of jurisdiction. In terms of where we've utilized the revenues which have been generated from the water resources and our various financing programs, we have had the World Bank, which is the World Bank and the AFD. The water and sanitation, what we were calling was WASIP1, that we completed in 2013. We had the Nairobi Water and Sewerage Emergency Physical Investment Project. This is what repaired Sasumwa, which was completed in 2010. We have ADB, which supported Kibera Water and Sewerage, and this was a grant to us. We have the Nairobi Informal Settlement, which was a grant from the European Union. We have the Water and Sanitation Additional Finance. This is what did the NCT. And we have now, for the fourth Nairobi water supply, we had the KFW, which did Nairobi City Water Distribution Network, and also did the Nairobi satellite towns. For the satellite towns, this covered Ngong and Githurai. Then we have Karimeno, which was funded by the China Exim Bank, and this now has been granted to us by the government. We have AFD, which did the Kigoro treatment plant, and again, you can see all these have been complete. For the GOK, we still have the continuous Nairobi City Regeneration, Phase 1 and Phase 2 and Phase 3. We had the emergency response. This was the ones we were doing during the COVID period. And then we had the Nairobi Expressway project, which was relocation of water and sewer pipelines, and this was funded by the government of Kenya. So that is the Northern Collector, the outfall. This is the Kigoro treatment plant, which is treating 140,000 cubic meters, and we are giving Nairobi about, is it 96 of that? These are the raw transmission pipelines. Again, this is Karimeno Dam. That is a treatment plant for Karimeno. So the ongoing projects that we are having is that now we are having Nairobi NARSIP 2, which is ongoing, which is doing the sewers along Githurai and the Eastern Nairobi and the Eastlands. We have the Nairobi Water and Sanitation Project, and this is doing the last mile connectivity. We have the Nairobi Satellite Town. This is also doing last mile connectivity for sewer and water. As you realize, we started with the investment in the trunks and the large infrastructure. As we move forward, what we want to focus on is the last mile connectivity and also storage in terms of dams. We're also working on expansion for the Dandora Estate Sewage Treatment Plant. So for NARSIP 2, again, this is a 7.5 billion program, and it involves laying of about 400 kilometers of sewer network in east and west of Nairobi. We have to do about 20,000 household connections. Then we'll also do rehabilitation and duplication of Dandora wastewater treatment plant to increase it from the capacity of 160,000 cubic meters per day to 320,000 cubic meters. Then we'll also do improvement of sanitation services in the informal settlements and also capacity building for Nairobi Water. This is still continuation of the NARSIP 2, which we've discussed is we are doing Kahawa Skari reticulation. We have Mwiki, Nairobi East and West Sewerage, and construction work for informal settlements, and this is almost complete. In terms of what AFD is doing, which is a credit of about 15 billion, which we call the CK 1135, we'll be laying 600 kilometers of water transmission and distribution networks. We have last mile connectivity of about 220 kilometers of tertiary and reticulation sewers. Then 4,500 household connection, 7,000 household water connection, and also capacity building, that is training for Nairobi Water, so that we are able to have it working. This we've already discussed. It's still a continuation of what the AFD will be doing in Nairobi. This is ongoing, where we have Eastern Nairobi sewerage intensification. This is covering the areas of, we have Kabete Ole Sereni pipeline, which is now procured. We have works for transmission of Gigiri Karura transmission. The contractor is mobilized. We have the rehabilitation of works within the CBD. These were launched last month. Then we have also continued investment in the water and sanitation in Kibera and other informal settlements. We are also having the Nairobi River Regeneration and Engineering Works. This is being done with the Ministry of Defense and also working with Nairobi Water. And this will cover Kariobangi wastewater treatment plant expansion, 54 kilometers of trunk sewers, and also what we've been told, which is the river training and bank stabilization, so that, as you'll notice, most of that pollution comes along the Nairobi River. So this is one of the projects we are implementing with the Ministry of Defense. So what we are currently completing in terms of KFW is the Mihoko Water Supply Project, which is about 90% progress, so that now we are able to release that water from Nairobi, so that those areas now are covered by Ruiru Juja. So in terms of institutional development plans, we are still doing more resource mobilization towards reducing the unaccounted for water, and more so non-revenue water and capacity building, so that the utilities that are within our area are able to perform optimally. We also undertook a study on Nairobi inclusive sanitation. That was complete. And so what we are working is now resource mobilization through the AFDB. And what we aim to do is to now repair and do more trans-skewers of about 100 kilometers. We do laterals of about 4,000 kilometers and 99,000 household connection. So this is aim to serve about 1.9 million people in Nairobi County. And so once this is done, I think we should be able to get our sanitation and sewerage coverage to about 76%. We're also working on concept for doing, since the NARSIP 2 is done, we're working on NARSIP 3, and this is what we've done the concepts. And this is aimed at improving the reticulation and household connectivity. And we've already done the concept, so it's at the cabinet level for review and approval. For the ones that we want to do under the PPP framework, as indicated, the ones already at the PPP directorate, we want to do the Maragua 4 dam because this is critical. If this is not done, then we'll still continue being on the water deficit level. So we are working to have the Maragua 4 dam complete, so the consultancy is on. And so now we are on the resource mobilization phase. We are also doing the Ndarigo 2 dam. This is supposed to bring 40,000 cubic meters a day. And this is supposed to serve Nairobi City and Ruiru Juja. So this one, the only issue we are dealing with is the land issues. Then we are able to mobilize the contractor to be in place. We have other planned projects, but outside Nairobi. And why we do this is that so that we are able to release the offtakes that are taking water from Nairobi. And so if we do the independent water sources for Kiambu, Limuru, Muranga, and the ones along Nairobi, then the water that we release from the other facilities come directly to Nairobi, and it's able to serve also the satellite towns that are beyond Nairobi. So we are working on what we are calling the Upper Kiambu bulk water carrier, which will bring about 25,000 cubic meters. And when this is done, then whatever you are selling to these utilities is available to Nairobi, and this will go towards reducing the deficit. The other key issue, as said, is working on the non-revenue water intervention. So again, as you've seen, if we are losing 40%, if you convert that to revenue, you can see we don't even need to take a lot of loans because that will be already direct revenue which will support the company. So in terms of what we are working on, in terms of our strategic plan, we are working to raise about 209 billion by 2027. We have various strategies which include the PPPs, cost reduction strategies, and climate change, climate financing, and carbon credits using the facilities that we have. So again, in terms of the challenges, we are having high energy costs because if we are not able to adopt like power going towards green energy, then that comes towards the tariffs, and this will increase the cost. So we are working towards adopting renewable energy sources such as solarization of the supply systems. And I think this is one of the projects that we are doing with AFDB, which has commenced, so that even the boreholes that we did, we also solarize them, and this becomes easier to manage and operate. We have dwindling water resources, and so that is why we are focusing more on storage. Again, as you've noticed, the demand, we had thought when we do the northern collector and the other facilities would meet the demand. But as you can see, right now we are at about 230,000 cubic meters deficit, so we need to move with speed towards having the investments in place. So what are our future perspectives on financing? We are looking towards moving towards more bulk water operations, working towards having more PPPs in place, utilizing our wastewater facilities to have wastewater resource recovery, efficient operations, and innovative resource mobilization mechanisms so that we are not burdening the consumers, but we are making water more affordable and having sustainable utilities. So that's all I had for now. Asanteni sana.
We shall now have the Nairobi Water presentation ongoing. As you entered the room, you were given a piece of paper that has 2 questions and contact information. Before the presentation starts, you could be taking a few minutes to fill that out. We also have a QR code at the back. You will use the password displayed on the screen to download the tariff to your phone. If at all you don't have it, though we've done our best to make sure it's available to all. The presentation coming is for that document. So if you'd like to follow it in detail, just have that PDF in your phone. We will be collecting pieces of paper at the end, so kindly just take a few minutes to fill them out. CD, give me a few minutes. I'm being told tumekaa chini sana. Kindly just stand up, we do a stretch. Umechangamka? Sawa sawa. This shouldn't take very long. After this, we do Q&A. Uliza jirani kama ako na swali. Uliza jirani yako kama ako na swali. Sawa sawa. So we'll give Commercial Director a few minutes, and then we will go into Q&A. Sawa sawa. Kindly have your seats.
Hello? Good. Observing all protocols, let me first start by recognizing our customers. I know the CEO, Wasreb, had asked that we recognize them. So just by a show of hands, the ones coming from Central Region, please. Central Region? We have no customers from Central Region? Oh, constituency. Amjui regions zenyu customers? So mnapata services kutoka wapi? Okay, wacha nijaribu tena. Na wale wa upande wa Lang'ata? Hawa wanajua. Wa upande wa Westlands? Aha, hawa wanajua. Roysambu, mahali tuko? Hawajui? Okay, mmoja, asante. Kasarani? Asante. Tuko na upande wa Lower Embakasi? Aha, thank you very much. We have Upper Embakasi. Thank you. Then we have Dagoretti. Asanteni sana. Na mwisho tuko na informal settlement. Informal settlement? Asante. Karibuni. Ni vizuri mjue maeneo yenu. Asante. Tutawajulisha. I'll be very brief because the earlier presenters have already covered quite some ground. So I will skip quite a number of slides. But basically this is what Wasreb was already presenting, the issues of the demand. I will skip that, where we are and where we expected to be. But this is particularly for within the tariff period, from up to 28-29, the population of 5.8 to be served with an estimated demand of about 1 billion. Cubic meters per day. The mission and vision, this you can as well get it from our website, but basically our core values there: integrity, accountability, customer-centric, and that's why you are here, customers, teamwork, and innovation, as you will be seeing how much we are trying to put when it comes to investment. This slide has already been covered by WASREB, although they gave the period from 23 moving forward. This is our previous performance. This is what has been published by WASREB, who is our supervisor and rather the one who reports on behalf of all the other water companies. So I will not overemphasize on that. This particular point is that we have the 3 categories. I think WASREB had also mentioned this, that for you to be able to qualify to go to category 1, which is the first one there, where you are costs, you're able to introduce a component of renewal of your assets. That is not where we are. We're in category 2, where we are basically meeting our operational cost. Now, I will be very specific here because this tariff, we have negotiated with WASREB the specific projects to be undertaken within the 4-year period, or rather 3.5 period. And basically, we are looking at the expanding the water supply coverage. That is in the areas of Mihango, Utawala, Ruai, and Kamulu. You've already been told by Adi Water, the projects they have already undertaken to push some water in that area. So that is what we are aiming to do. We'll be bringing on board about 10,000 new customers. That will bring our coverage from 79 to 87. You had already seen that slide before, and a total investment of about 2.27 billion. Looking at our production for the last, from 2022 to 2023, 180, maybe I convert that to daily. Daily water production from 495 million cubic meters per, 495,000 cubic meters per day to currently 637. And you can see a jump in the year, between the year 2023, 24, 25. And this is because of the additional water we got from the NCT, what Adi Water has just mentioned. And we expect that that will remain consistent for the remaining period up to 28, 29. So looking at that, that is where we shall be driving our revenues from. Now, in terms of distribution of this water for the regions I've mentioned, we have 9 regions. The distribution of water within the regions, you can see we have Central Region, which is the CBD area, taking about 17%, Dagoretti 10%, the informal 5%. We have Kasarani taking about 10%, Langata 9%, Lower Embakasi 12%, Roysambu, where we are, 17%, Upper Embakasi 8%, and Westlands is taking 12%. Fairly distributed based on the population as well. The other projects that we will be undertaking on water, this is on sewer network expansion. So we aim to do another we'll be spending about 2.48 billion to connect 8,000 households to do a construction of 100 kilometers of sewer networks. And these are the laterals. If you visit that area of Utawala and Mihango, you will notice that we have pushed the water, but there is no sewer reticulation. This is what we want to tap into so that they don't put the water into the drains. This is will help us to move the sewer coverage from 52% to 64%. We have ICT projects that we'll be undertaking. We are aware that we can't be able to move our business in this day and age without investing in technology. And this is where we have quite some amount that we'll be spending, 1.68 billion in technology, and that is on smart meters. We will also be looking at the bulk meters. Basically, a lot of systems upgrade for our case. And then finally, the key area that we have negotiated with WASREB is to address the issue of non-revenue water. And you will all agree with me, this is the biggest elephant in the room or in the house. And so we have big plans for this. We are putting in 5.6 billion in this tariff to address non-revenue water. And that will be pipe rehabilitation and replacement, metering and billing accuracy to improve on that, control of illegal connections, and then the smart meter monitoring and analytics, which will help us achieve that. I will not go to the details. If you go to the proposal that is already gazetted, put on the notice, you will see all those projects put there. Again, this is still on metering, the issues of non-revenue water. We have the bulk and the boundary meters to measure the water that is getting into various estates. This will help us identify those areas that we have illegal connections, or be able to know where we need to put our resources in terms of non-revenue water. So the prepaid water meters, this is a new one. We are coming in to make sure that you can be able to account for what you want to consume. Prepaid waters, just like the electricity one, we are bringing them on board to our customers to make sure that they can manage what they get. We are also going to do a lot of meter testing, because this is basically where the meter is what gives us the revenue. The meter must be accurate, and it must be also fair to the customer. So we make sure that we do a lot of calibration on that. Other activities, there will be a lot of pipe issues to do with the illegal connections. The illegal connections here, we want to bring on board the number of connections that we have identified. If you're following us closely, you'll be seeing what we are doing in the areas of Lower Embakasi, Upper Embakasi, Roysambu, and many other regions where we are identifying the buried meters and people are tapping into those connections. So we expose those pipes to bring them on board so that people do not tap on that. I've already mentioned the issue of smart monitoring and analytics. These are systems to help us make sure that we are able to account for all the water that we are receiving from our production. What this means to our customer is that we shall have improved water availability and pressure, fewer service interruptions, fair and accurate billing, and expand sewer coverage and cleaner environment, transparent and accountable use of tariff revenues. Customers, you will appreciate that those consumers who don't pay for water or are stealing water, they misuse water. If you are paying for the commodity, you tend to preserve. So we want to really address this issue so that that water is made available to other people, then those ones pay for it. Now, as a requirement by the regulator, you must be able to do a socioeconomics study for you to continue with, just to understand. And the two parameters that we are looking at here is the ability to pay and willingness to pay. And this was done by our consultant. And at this point, maybe I introduce our consultant, Vas. Thank you very much. The consultant was engaged to carry out a socio-economic study. The sample size of 1,600 spread across the various categories of our consumers. And then the outcome of this was that a significant 65% of the respondents believe water services are affordable. And customers show higher willingness to pay for reliable supply. Reliance on private vendors often increase effectiveness of costs. So what we are saying here is that most customers were saying, hatuna shida na kuongeza bei iende juu, lakini mtupatie better services. And I am sure that is what you will also say. So we believe that this is a fair representation of what was on the ground. The survey coverage, the confidence in findings that high response rates across the 9 regions and customer categories significantly enhance confidence in the consultation findings. What we are saying is that there was actually a fair representation and participation by the stakeholder, the respondents. I'm trying to move a bit faster so that we can conclude this. Now, the justification of the tariff review. One of them is, it is a requirement that we must be operating within a regulated tariff. So we have to comply. The last time we did this tariff review was in 2023, and so we have to get a new tariff in this period. The increase in the costs, and basically here I'm showing a few of those. I'm showing the electricity costs, which have moved from 2022, 2023, 409 in a year, 409 million in a year, to what we are projecting this financial year to be 633 million. The chemicals moved from 254 million to what we are projecting now, 414 million. Fuel from 140 to 180 million this financial year. The other one is that, of course, we need to do a lot of development, rehabilitation, and network expansion. That I have already mentioned to address these issues. And there is no any other way of getting this source. It has already been explained. The only way you get funds to be able to address this is through our prices, what we are calling tariff. Watu wanasema hawajui tariff ni nini? Ni price, ni bei ya maji. And the other one is the issue of inflation. That is common to all of us, and how it has been moving along the period. And the other factor that we think that is justifying this, if you look at the average cost, gross product for the other, and we are comparing here with the other counties, Nairobi is still high. We are saying that people in Nairobi at 802, they are still better off in terms of money compared to the other people below there in the other counties. And you can see Kiambu there and the others. I think this one had been explained very well by the chief about what 1,000 liters or 1 cubic meter means. If you do quick maths again, just addition to what he said, that bottle that is in front of you is costing you, we said, even if you say 20 shillings, that is half liter. In 1,000 liters, you have 2,000 of those ones. And 2,000 times 20, that will give you 40,000. But we are selling it at 45 or 68. Now, I think this is why we are here. What is our proposal in the tariff? I'll be a bit slow here so that you look at the figures. I know you've seen them, but you can look at them. So our proposal is that for the domestic tariff, the bands are between 1 to 6. The proposal is that we move that from 45 shillings to 68 shillings for water. And for the sewer components, we will be moving it from 43 to 58. Customers, what you need to know here is that for sewer, we only bill 75% of the volume. So if you have consumed 100 units, we are only billing 75 units of 75 cubic meters on the sewer part. So 7 to 20, we are proposing to move that from 67 to 85, and for sewer from 56 to 65. 21 to 50, those who are consuming between 21 to 50 cubic meters per month, we are proposing to move that from 70 to 91, and then on the sewer side, we are proposing to move from 63 to 73. 51 to 100, 76, 101, and then sewer 65 to 81, 101 to 300, from 78 to 109, and the sewer part 68 to 85. And the last category there is greater than 300 cubic meters per day, per month, from 80 to 117. And on the sewer side, we're proposing to move that from 72 to 93. Similarly, on commercial and industrial and government institutions, these ones, the bands are different. They start from 1 to 50. So we are proposing to move from 67 to 91, that band, on the water side. And now you can also read on the sewer side, 73, and then it goes to all the way to 117, and again 93. Schools, tertiary institutions, and universities, the proposal here and the bands here are again different, from 1 to 600 cubic meters per month. We are suggesting to move that from 50 to 78. That's our proposal. And on the sewer side, from 43 to 62. Then the next category, or the next band, is from 55 to 94 on the water side, and the sewer, 45 to 75. And lastly, from 60 to 114, and on the sewer side, 91. Other categories, we have the multi-dwelling units. These are the flats. We have one tariff there. It's not band. It's not broken into bands. So this is per cubic meter. And this one we are proposing to move from 67 to 85. And for the sewer, from 56 to 65. For the bulk water, we are proposing to move from 32 to 46. What needs to be mentioned here is that the extra water that Adi Water talked about, they are already invoicing us every month for that. And so this is what we shall also be paying. Or rather, they have a tariff on this. So, which is, I think, 30 shillings, but I think they are proposing to go higher on that one. Bulk water supply on the sewer side, 30 to 43. Then we have the water kiosks. These ones we are proposing to move from 22 shillings to 44. Those ones do not have sewer. Then we have the sewerage consumers without water connections, and this includes the boreholes. Again, here, remember, we are only charging the 75% volume. When we read your meter, we take 75% of that volume is what we will charge. 1 to 6, 43, proposing to move to 58, and then 7 to 20, 56 to 65, 63 to 73, 65 to 81, 68 to 85, and 72 to 93. Lastly, and I think this has already been presented by WASREB, but I need to give you some bit of comparison. And this is based on our study as well, and this is also in the public domain. The comparisons of the tariffs. If you look at the first category, there is Ruiru Juja. We have Kisumu, Eldoret, Mombasa, Nyeri. The last column there is Nairobi Water, what we are proposing, not what we are charging currently, what we are proposing. Just look at it. 1 to 6 for Ruiru Juja, who is just our neighbor. By the way, some of the water you heard about Karimeno, they are also getting the water from Karimeno. So we are getting from the same source. What are they charging? Between 1 and 6, they are charging 104. What are we proposing? 68. Kisumu is charging at 83. We are proposing 68. Eldoret is charging at 130. Ours is 68. Mombasa 150. Yetu ni 68. Nyeri at 80. Yetu ni 68. Hata bila kuendelea, you can already see the trend. And that is the same for the other categories as well. Those are the other commercial and all that. It's the same story. Now, when you look at within the region, and here we are comparing South Africa, Uganda, Dar es Salaam, and then we have our tariff there. The one for Joburg, you can already see the figures we are talking. This is converted to Kenya shillings. The first band, 0 to 6, that they don't charge. But you can see anything greater than 6 to 10, 194 shillings. We are proposing 68. For National Water Uganda, The tariff, you can see, 154. Ours is still at 68. And then Dar es Salaam, that could be slightly lower, 87. We're charging 68. And it's the same story. I will not go to this one. I think this was already presented. But look at these photos of the stories we were talking about, the issues of the illegalities. These are some of the things we want to regularize, where we can have a more reticulated, a very well reticulated system, not this kind of structure, where you don't know which pipe is serving who here, right? And these are people going to the ground to disconnect all this. You will be told that, for example, the one on the right, that pipe, which is almost, I think, 2-inch, someone has punctured our main pipe, and is now, the other water companies we are talking about, has formed his own water company, and auzia watu. But it's because some of these pipes are buried there. It takes time for us to identify. Tukijua, we come and disconnect this. If you go that area now, utaanza kusikia watu wakisema maji imepotea. It's not true. Maji sasa anatakiwa apate through the meter ile tumempatia. Sio hiyo ingine, the illegalities. And what are the benefits? They have already shown you what this tariff is going to do. And the key areas is water coverage, hours of supply, sewer coverage, non-revenue water. The figure we have here is the one for 23-24, but currently it's 54. That is aimed to go to 39, and the staff from 6 to 5. In conclusion, therefore, we are committed as Nairobi Water to implement the proposed tariff conditions and the targets for eventual enhancement of service delivery. Ours is to make sure that the services we are giving to customers get better and better. It is necessary to leverage on partnerships of stakeholders like yourself. When it was mentioned here how many people know how many are stealing water, almost everybody raised their hand. But no one, if you ask, a few may have reported. Majority do not report. We encourage you to partner with us to address this issue. Of course, we will also be partnering with national government, county governments, and development partners to help us address this issue. The partnership and the collaboration can be sustained through the dual concept of water for all, that is in terms of access, and all for water in terms of responsibility. So you also have a responsibility, we all have a responsibility to make sure that our customers and all of us get better services. Thank you.
Makofi tena. We are going into question and answers as earlier announced. I'll request the ICT team to project for me contacts, email address, phone numbers on the screen. This session will be moderated by WASREP. I invite the CEO to take over.
Thank you very much, everyone. We're almost getting to the tail end of this process, but we now seek your indulgence so that we also hear from you. We've had a chance to hear from some remarks from ourselves, remarks from the Nairobi City County. We've had 3 presentations from James, which basically highlighted the legal and institutional framework. We looked at the role of WASREB, what are the financing requirements, the 3 T's of financing water services, and basically give you a comparison of the proposal that the utility is having as compared to the tariffs in other places. And of course, the public notice, which we were informed should be ending on 24th of December, which is next week. Then a highlight from Athi by Mike on the mandate of the waterworks, the projects that are in line, that are planned, looking at the planning frameworks, the master plans that they have in place, the financing requirements. You looked at, we were given a figure of 209 billion shillings up to 2027. And then, of course, looking at service improvements. And I hope all of us can now appreciate what, for example, investments like the Northern Collector Tunnel has done in terms of service quality to this city. Then, of course, Josiah has presented what the utilities are looking at in terms of their strategies, how the distribution is in terms of the volumes to the different regions. If you noted one thing from that presentation, we are saying the demand for this city is almost 800. What the company is able to give you now is about 200 and something. And that's why you see the reliability of supply is about 7 hours. Then he's given a highlight of what the socioeconomic survey said, and of course winded up that with what the proposed rates are. So we want to open it up now for Q&A. I see already hands up. We will listen to you. We will give a chance to everyone who wants to speak, because this is really a forum for you to tell us and give input to this proposal. We will pick maybe a round of 5 questions. You tell us who you are, the question you have, you will pick it up, then depending on who it's directed to, we will respond accordingly. I guess there's somebody with a mic going around. I saw this first hand up. Yeah, we can pick it from, just pick it from this row, pick the first 5, and then we'll respond to those. Tell us your name, the question, and or even if it's not a question, a compliment that you have.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Makambitho. I'm a resident of Nairobi. Mine is just a question to Water Services Regulatory Board. There's this problem of non-revenue water, which is a serious problem. I really wanted to ask the chairman. He said that he stays in Buruburu. And when he goes back there to see his family, maybe old family, his brothers who are staying there, he drives all the way from Buruburu to Jericho, Jerusalem, Kimathi, then he passes through Bama, then Landmawe, then enters into town. The question that now comes in, there is this serious revenue that is there at Bama, that all of you passes around there. Water Services Regulatory Authority initially initiated a police force. This water that is non-revenue, everybody sees it and reports it, but no action is taken. So my question is, the consultant, when you did this feasibility analysis on increasing the tariff, did you do a feasibility analysis to see that if all these units, let's say Buruburu, Kimathi, Jerusalem, Jericho, those houses that don't have water, because when you were young, we used to be told, wake up early, go and take shower. Nowadays, there's no water. You have to buy water, 20 liters per jerrycan. And we are even shocked that water is so cheap because they are so shocked that it's still going to be so cheap. So what are you doing? Because these people are still in these waters, are connected. I'm sorry to tell this easy. These people are connected to the MCAs. All those who are cowash, stealing water and having cowash all over this country. Those people, they are goons of MCAs, and they cannot be arrested. And MCA protects them. I know one who I went to report to Kayole, Nairobi Water, and I didn't know there's a CCTV. The person who is in charge there took me on CCTV, and when I went back to the neighborhood, the lady called me. Why are you spoiling for me my business? Why did you go to report? I even have a photo. Is this not your photo? I was given by those people from Kayole that you are the one who went to report. So don't talk about this non-revenue water if you don't want to counter it. If you counter non-revenue water and can connect those neighborhoods where people don't have water, you'll get this money. And Nairobi will be actually well captured with water. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure you told us your name. For record purposes, it's good you tell us who you are. If it's possible, maybe the region you come from even.
Okay, my name is Mark Ambitho. I stay at Kimasi Estate. I was brought up in this estate, Nairobi. I'm a research, info-track research and consulting company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is captured. There are two hands close by.
Wote, mimi naitwa Kasim, natoka Mlango Kubwa. Tumeambiwa tuwe custodian ya maji inapoibiwa. Na project imetengenezwa na Tariff, wanatengenezea vijana choo na wanaweka maji. Wametengenezea vijana choo na wanawekea maji na hao vijana hawajawekewa mita. Hiyo ni Tariff. Hapo kando kuna kiosk Nairobi Water. Ingine ni wanasiasa, sijui kama mliwakuta, sababu madrums ni wanasiasa ndio wanapatiana kwa vijana. Governor alipiana madrums, vijana weke maji. Na hiyo drum ikuje na mita. Sasa una expect vijana wafanya namna gani? Si wana tap. Moto ikichomeka mtaani, watu wenyu hawakuje kutengeneza maji. Inabidi hao vijana ndio wanatengeneza maji na wanajilipia hapo. Tumeelewana?
Thank you very much. Those are two questions, I think, still directed to the utility. There.
Okay, my name is Caleb Ngala, Administrative Youth Leader, Mathare Sub-County. I was born, raised in Mathare, informal settlement, place called Mathare 4B. And first and foremost, I'd like to appreciate the work that has been done with Nairobi Water and Nairobi Water Services, the work that you have done in terms of transforming issues of water in the informal settlements, we really appreciate. Because previously we were using those tapped water. But today, if you go to a place like Hospital Ward, I believe some need to come and do some benchmarking there. There are some good, clean water that we are today accessing. I've heard my brother saying something before I give my remarks in 1 minute, that mnatengeneza earthy water, mnatengeneza choo, na mnaeka maji na ina mita. Let me confirm to you that hizo maji mnaona ziko na mita na ziko na zile zinaitwa biometric meters. So ukienda kuchota maji, there is a small tap. Unapewa, hata ukitaka kuchota saa 6 usiku, unaenda tuna hiyo kitu yako, and it's only taking 75 cents. I have mine here with me. If you want it, I can share it with you. So si lazima weke nini, si lazima weke mita, but kuna hiyo tap, unatap na unapata maji for only 75 cents per 20 liters. Although, nasikia zinaanza kupanda. And that's where you have an issue when it comes to kiosk, because the waters that we are accessing that have been given through Nairobi Water and Earthy Water Services, we are accessing them through those kiosks. Si zile tap. Na naona zinatoka from 22 to 44. Please, this is directly affecting those people from the low-incoming areas. Let this, hata kama inaongezeka, do it 2%, alafu hiyo ya juu mtafute mahali mtapeleka, hata kama ni Kileleshwa, Runda, mahali pengine. Lakini ya slums, Mathare, Mukuru, Kibera, let it remain at least affordable, because access to water is a global right, not only Kenyan right. Another thing is about zoning. Juzi I participated, and this go to CC. Juzi we just participated on the zonings in Nairobi, and we managed to, actually the county government managed to approve the barus, 6 of them. Nairobi County is still using ile zoning iliwekwa 1960s. Why can't you use, because we are serving the same people. Nairobi County is not serving the different, and Nairobi Water is serving the different. I propose, let's use the zoning from the barus. Ndio at least hizi services zipatikane pale kwa mtaa.
We are happy as Nairobi people. Nairobi thing, when it comes to water, is working. But when it comes to sewerage, is still a nightmare. Kindly work on it.
Thank you very much. Let's pick the next one, then we can respond to those.
Hamjambo, kwa majina ni Mariam Dan kutoka Kasarani. Kwanza kwangu ni kumpongeza kwa sababu ya maji tunaipata pale Jilo Kasarani. Ile shida tuko nayo kubwa sana, changamoto yetu ni sewerage. Hatuna sewerage katika area yetu, kuanzia hapo hospitali mpaka pale kuna primary school ya Jilo. Mimi ombi yangu vile tuweza pata hiyo line, ni ombi kwangu kwa Earth Water, kwa sababu kuna wakati wamekuja mikutano sana hapo karibu na chief area, but hatujaiona mabadiliko. Please namuomba mtuletee line ya sewerage. The other question is about maji katika area Mairisamba Tusilanga. Kuna shida sana ya maji. Wakati tuna complain, maji inakuja kwa wakati fulani, wakati mwingine maji inakosekana. Kwa sababu kuna a lot of wataitwa wengi. Na sijui kama wanaingiana na nyinyi ama nini inaendelea, kwa sababu watu wana complain sana about that area. We don't have water. So hiyo ndio ombi yangu, na ni asante sana kwa your service.
Asante sana Mother. I think ulikosea tu kutuambia majina ya watu wanafanya hiyo tabia mbaya.
Yeah, cartels.
Wanaitwa cartels?
Yeah, they are cartels.
Haya. Kwa majina ni
sawa. Na tukubaliane. Unajua cartels hawana alama iko hapa inasemekana ni cartel. So saa zile unakaa, sisi wote ni watu wa Nairobi. Na hii maji inapotea within this city. Yeah. So ile kitu tunasema hii maji inapotea kati yetu ni sisi tunajua. So we allow us to respond to those, then we can pick the next set of questions. The first one, the issue of Bama, I think I'll leave that to the MD, the challenge that has come out of, this recurring problem. All of us tunapitia kule, inakaa ni shida imedumu kwa muda. Alafu, the issue of declining supply and the issue of car washes, the company and also the CEO, if you could respond, because I'm told the tanks were supplied by the county government. The water ATMs, I think that was just a compliment. It's doing some good work. But then the issue of the rate to kiosks from 22 shillings to 44, the need to update zoning. So those I would still leave them to MD to respond. And lastly, the issue of Kasarani, extension of the sewerage system. So both near Nairobi Water and Earth, if they have a response to this. MD, please.
Thanks, CEO. Our customers, thanks for those questions. I'll start with the first question from Kimathi about the issue of non-revenue. This is a challenge to all of us. And when you had the opening remarks of our chair, he said it is upon all of us when you see anybody consuming water illegally. Kindly report. We've shared the hotline number, which is, I'll repeat it, 0800-724-366. What we've done, this customer from Kimathi, we've put in the mechanism now. When you report, that report will monitor it until to the conclusion of what you raised. And as an institution, actually we've really taken it very seriously, the issue of non-revenue water. Apart from reporting also, we are using technology. We brought in technology now. We're able to know where our customers are based. We're able to monitor what our field staffs are doing out there. And it's a humble request. When our staff comes to you, please, musiwapatie pesa. Just make sure that you report so that you are able to take this corrective action. In terms of issue ya choo, what we've done is when we build those toilets for the community-based organization, because we also want to empower our youth in the informal sectors. So what we do, we're able to give them the tanks, and what I can assure you, we meter those tanks. So if there's any situation where you are aware that those tanks are not metered, kindly share the information with us and we'll be able to take the corrective actions. In terms of what Caleb has said from Obala from Mathare, it is good to hear those good compliments that yes, they appreciate the service that you are offering as Nairobi Water, despite the various challenges that we are having. About the issue of the water kiosk, yes, we've had it. And what we'll do, particularly in our focus for the informal settlements, we give you what we call the water dispensers. And it is good you say that you have a token. So what we'll do is we'll see how can we really diversify the issue of water dispensers in those informal sectors. Then the issue of sewer, yes, it is a challenge in Nairobi. From the presentation, when you look at our sewer coverage, we are not doing very well, particularly in those areas of Kasarani. And that is why we are coming to you, that yes, we need more money for us to be able to do more investment in terms of service delivery. So this is an area that we've picked. From our plans, we'll see how we can really be able to plan and make sure that the Kasarani area is well sewered. The issue of Mile Saba, the cartels also, please share with us. In terms of the rationing program, what I can tell you, our rationing program is very transparent. And also we are using now technology. Because if our staff are the one colliding with those cartels, we are using technology to monitor the actual activities that they have actually done in terms of opening and closing those valves. We'll be able to monitor the timestamp on when that valve was opened and the timestamp on when that valve was closed. So what I can assure you as our main customers, we are really committed. And what you've raised here, we've really taken with a lot of seriousness, particularly on the issue of non-revenue. Because when you look at it, if anybody tells you that your non-revenue is 54%, there's a lot that we really need to do as an institution. And we are coming to you as our customers, because it takes you and me to resolve this element of non-revenue. And now when we see as we are coming on the ground and doing that disconnection, kindly give us all that support that we require. Don't be the one bringing the goons to chase our staff away. Thank you.
PMD, we can, I don't know whether Robert can add to the issue of the tariff, and then Mike, the plans for Kasarani.
Okay. Thank you, CEO. I think it was Bala who requested Caleb, yeah, who requested to be considered with regards to the kiosk tariff, which was reviewed almost 100%. That's from 22 shillings to 44. I think with from now, the company can consider the impact on their, of course, their proposal. And I think it's possible to review it downwards after studying maybe the population, because they need to know the numbers as well. But it's possible to consider that. Thank you.
So thank you for that question. I think in Kasarani, what we are doing, we are doing what is being financed under the FDB. That is Nairobi Rivers Restoration Project. And I think that is what our team were doing stakeholder consultations on. So this is under what you're calling construction of Mweki and clay works. So it's still not complete. And so we'll still be working on, we are still moving on it. On Njiro. For the Njiro area, we have not gotten to the Njiro area. So, and I think it's still in our plans in the next phase of the program. So, but if the people, once you see our people on the ground, because we have to do the consultation and acquisition of land. But I know it's still in the plan for the same program. So that is under what we are calling the Lot 3. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now pick the next set of questions. I know we skipped someone here.
Hello?
We will pick
Kwa majina
one.
ni Harrison Okeno.
Who has the mic? Then the second, the third, 4 and 5. So we start from here. Okay, I will also come that side. Make it very brief so that all of us can raise our concerns, please.
My name is Ivanson Kuria. I come from an area called Odhiru, that is in Dagoretti. I just want to read what is of my interest. There is this issue of the charges. Na charge mimi naona kuna mahali muna ruka. Kwa nini maji inapotea within Nairobi? Hii miti ya Brugam imejaa kila mahali. During our time for Mr. former, I think he was the chairman of the Nairobi County, alisema tung'oe hiyo miti. Lakini nyinyi na watu wengine wanaitwa pale Neema na watu wengine wanaitwa National, hawataki hiyo miti ng'olewe. Sijui ni sababu gani. Nikisema nataka kukata, chifu anakuja na askari wake. Basi kuna hii mambo ya, nataka kujua mwenye maji Kenya ni nani? Sababu huyu mtu nakata mfereji pale anaenda kutengeneza maji yake anaweka kwa chupa, napewa ruhusa na nani? Mwenye maji anastahili kuangalia hiyo maneno. I'm so happy nimeona kwa Tariff zingine pale kuna watu wanapewa maji free. Ngoja.
Maliza Bwana Kuria.
Kwa nini Kenya hatuna hiyo maji ya kupewana wa pale free? At least wale watu wako pale chini wanastahili kupata maji na hawapati. Kuna shida mahali fulani nimeona kwa hao watu wanaweka maji au wanaiba maji pale barabarani. Hii watu kusema kweli ni wachache sana wako na pipe bridges zao kwa nyumbani. Nani yako na hizo pipe bridges? Ni watu wa Nairobi Water. Kwa hivyo ndio wanakuja pale wanawekea mimi maji na wanakosa kulipisha kila siku, basi maji inapotelea pale. Hiyo ni shida kubwa sana na mnastahili kuangalia hiyo. Shida ile kubwa zaidi mimi niko naye hapa. Pande yetu ya Dagoretti ndiye mnaanza kuweka siwa. Zile siwa ziko pale, sijui nani huwa anaangalia ile kazi inafanyika pale. Supervision. Hakuna mtu ana supervise ile kazi inafanyika pale. An example, pale Odhiru kuna line 1, 2 and 3. Line 1 imepita kwangu. Ile siwa ili block, baada ya kublock nikaripoti ikawa ni kama kupembeleza wale watu wako pale kwa ofisi. Mwishoe ilikuja na ikatengenezwa. Walifanya nini? Ile mchanga walitoa pale walihip almost the front of this place. Kutoka mwezi wa 6 mpaka saa hii tukienda utaipata pale. Nani alikuwa na supervise hiyo kazi ili iweze kufanyika pale? Line 2 kuna about 200 meters. Mvua ilinyesha ikabeba mchanga. Ile manhole ikakorapse. Saa hii ukienda pale unaona mfereji mahali iko. Manhole ndio hiyo imekorapse pale. Sasa kukinyesha hata kidogo next week huwezi vuka pale.
Bwana Kuria, nafikiri tumeielewa hiyo ni quality ya works. Ukimalizia ni mzuri ndio wengine waongee tafadhali.
Nataka kuna borehole pale. Iko hospitalini. Hii borehole ilichimbwa pale around 2007 na imekuwa ikifanya kazi, lakini on and off from September this year ile borehole haijawahi kutupea maji. Tukipiga simu pale tuletewe maji, and an example I'm giving today, mimi mwenyewe nilipiga simu on Monday, hakuna maji, na hata saa hizi hakuna. Ilibidi tukanunue maji kwa vendors. Hiyo maji inatoka wapi? Nani anajua? Sasa hata ukipea watu pale, shida na tabu. Sababu gani? Ati inaitwa nini hii mnasema purchase orders and ya kuja kutengeneza hiyo pump. Ati haijakuwa approved. Gojea next week, next month. Kutoka sasa September mpaka saa hii tumeingia Christmas, itabidi leo jioni niende nikanunue maji ingine. So please, kuna mfereji juicy imetombolewa pale kwa hiyo line 3 ninaosema ya Siwa. Ile mfereji imemwaga maji kutoka Friday last week. Saa hizi nimepita pale asubuhi, ingali inamwaga maji. Tumereport, nimetuma hizo picha, nothing is happening really. Hii maji yote inaenda wapi?
Tafadhali
kwa mto.
Bwana Kuria, ungemalizia ingekuwa mzuri. Ndio tupatie nafasi wengine. Kwa sababu that is
kwa majina ni hello. Kwa majina ni Harrison kutoka Kibira.
Lakini I'm not happy about that. I'm not happy.
No, we've captured your concerns, Bwana Kuria. We had hapa hivi.
Tuendelee sawa. Kwa majina ni
so tuchukue hizi tatu, hizi mbili.
Kwa majina ni Harrison kutoka Kibira. Shida yetu sisi ni watavenda.
Sasa sioni mtu mwenye anaongea.
Sinaongea hapa. Naongea.
Tafadhali tusikizane.
Okay,
tafadhali tusikizane. Hakuna shida, tumesema kila mtu ataongea.
Sawa.
Tutaongea, tutapatia nafasi kila mtu. Na tusikizane, tuchukue muda kidogo ukiuliza swali.
Sawa.
So tafadhali kama hujapewa mic na sijakupatia nafasi uongee si mzuri. So ungengojea waje tupatie the second round because there are people here we had agreed they ask questions. I'll give you the next chance. Please. So let's pick the 3 questions here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
Weka sauti kidogo juu.
Thank you very much, our moderator. My names are Joshua Adem. I'm a resident of Nairobi, and also I'm a health professional in the public health. And my question will go just direct to our friend from the Athi Water. I was trying to go through your proposals on how you want to develop the Athi Water, but it was not satisfactory. Why? You are talking there of going to Singapore. Yes, you all want to go to Singapore. But in your proposal, I was expecting you to speak of water rationing in Nairobi, which is always common every year. And I was expecting you to come with a proposal on how you can manage this menace. To me, I was thinking of you talking about maybe addition of underground dams as a reservoir for the water when the dry season comes. Or your proposal again, that is my second question. I didn't hear of you talking about water recycling to avoid overflow and spill, and this recycled water to be reused so that the water rationing also should stop. So in the entire plan, something is lacking, and I ask you to go back to your drawing board, or you tell us you have an alternative for my points. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joshua. Next, you on the left. No, this way. The 2 gentlemen, then we will go to the other side.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mutahi.
Your name is?
My name is Mutahi. My question is regarding these Bombayangu houses you built here in Gara. And then you use the old sewer system. Hardly 2 months passes before the clogging of the sewage. I wish that one could be addressed. The second question is, normally I live here in Chai Road, ECD. These people who are building very tall houses, they collude with your people, the Nairobi water people. Every person who is building a big house connects his or her own line of supply. If you supply 3-inch, 4-inch pipe to a 6-inch pipe, we hardly get pressure enough pressure even to get to our houses. Can this one be addressed? The last one is, what are you doing to address the degrading of the forest, especially in Nyandarua forest, where our main water supply comes from? Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't get your name clearly. It would be good for record purposes. Eh? Mutari. Mutari.
M-U-T-A-H-I.
Tahi. Mutahi. Okay. Somebody's taking notes. It's fine. I think.
M-U-T-A-H-I.
Oh, okay. There is someone next to you. There are two hands here. Yes, you and then the gentleman in front of you.
Ujambo. I'm called Senya Dennis from Madare. I just want to ask a question to Nairobi Water concerning application ya meter ya maji. How long does it take? And perhaps somebody has made an application. How long does it take to connect that meter? Because there are some members around where we come from who made the application, and maybe it has taken more than a year. And connect maji inaanza kutumika na hakuna mita iko hapo. Hayo makosa ni ya nani? Pili, nafikiria hii mkutano ilikuwa ya kudhibitisha hii hali ambayo ya hii proposal ambayo imeletwa for the year 2025, 2026, 2027. To me, I see as if there's no money. But now the problem is, after increasing the rate, that tariff from 22, like the one that Caleb talked about, the kiosks, from 2022 to 44, really, that's a very huge. 100%, go and consider it. At least you can put it to 50% instead of going to 100% from 22 to 40.
Thank you very much. You said you had two questions.
Okay.
So I hope you're done. We can give it to the person next to you. Then we respond to those. Him, please. No, in front.
My name is John Wakahora, and I am coming from healthcare facilities. And mine is a proposal to both the Nairobi County Water and WASREB. Because in your categorization, you've grouped commercial, government institutions, industries in one category. And considering the role that is played by healthcare facilities, and water being one of the key elements in control of infection, prevention and control, and hospitals utilize water, hospitals are haven for infections, viruses, bacteria, and all that. To control, water is very critical. And therefore, when you are considering tariffs, it's important to group hospitals as an independent categorization, because we are serving the population, and these are vulnerable people whom we are serving. So we should consider the hospitals as a multi, there's a category that is
the multi-dwelling?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because
I've heard you, John.
Because the patients can be considered vulnerable and they are the consumers of that water. So it means we are charging the patients at the same rate we are charging the commercial enterprise. So I think that's something that you need to consider as you conclude on the tariffs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. John, allow us to respond to those ones. I'll not repeat the question so that we save on time. Allow the MD to respond to the ones that are directed to him, the ones directed to Athi, and then WASREB will respond to the other ones. So MD, please.
Kuria from Uthiru. I'll let my county bosses comment on that, about the issue of blue gums. And the issue of who owns the Maji, who is the owner. All of us are the owners, because we are there's the element of the national government, there's the issue of the county government, and the issue of the Wananchi. So all of these resources belongs to the people of Kenya. The issue of our people having pipe range courier, what I can assure you, maybe you need to share your number with us, so that when you see such irregularities, kindly just report to us. What we can assure you, we are going to take actions on those staff who are really perpetuating those illegalities. In terms of the blocked sewer, yes, it came to my notice today in the morning, and I've already engaged the regional manager who is in charge of that area. Maybe we'll need to share your number with my number so that we are able to follow it up. And also in terms of the collapsed sewer, that is something that was reported to my desk today. In terms of the borehole breaking down, yes, this boreholes keeps on breaking down. And most of the time, we really want to take the shortest time possible in terms of resolving it. Since September, we've been having the issue of EGP, but now we've discussed with the national government. We have a way about on how we'll be procuring these things. We'll try to shorten that process rather than taking it long. Now we're able now to procure the things much faster. In terms of Joseph, the issue of recycled water, we are looking at it. And why we are rationing water? Our demand from our presentation is 950. And when you look at the supply that is available is 660. So we try to balance. We try to balance and make sure that every Nairobian is able to have a drop of that water. And from the presentation, what the Earth Water team shared, you see already they are thinking of how are we really going to bridge this gap. There is what he called Maragua 2, Maragua 4, and there's NCT 2. Where we really want to see how we can bring in the issue of additional water to the system. Then in terms of Mutahi, the issue of the old sewer, I'll not be able to comment about it. Earth Water will be able to talk about it. In terms of Eastleigh, the issue of staff also colluding with our customers, that is an issue that we are really taking it seriously. Please, just report on that hotline. Hotline, the way we've now made it in a way that it's able to record and we are able to follow the action on daily basis. So just share with us, then we'll be able to take the corrective action. In terms of deforestations, the Nyandarua forest, we are really doing a lot through Warma, and there's an element of nature conservancy. We are really, every year we are planting a lot of trees in that area. In terms of Dennis from Mathare, our application is supposed to take 14 days. Anything above 14 days, it is not acceptable. If you have such a cases, kindly, if it has taken long, just report to our offices. And by the way, what we can assure you, when you visit us at headquarters, that is along Kambara Road, our door is always open. And any customer who comes there, we are able to listen to you, and we're able to follow up with the respective region so that the corrective action is taken care of. From John, about the healthcare facilities, when you look at our tariffs, we are really looking at the public health facilities because we know the role that they play. But about these other private facilities, among ourselves, when you go to Nairobi Hospital, actually, even just before seeing the doctor, he's charging you 3,000, 4,000 Kenya shillings. And for us, just 1,000 liters, we are only telling them kindly give us 47 or for 68 shillings. It is the minimum. We've put in the interest of all the Kenyans. But for the public hospitals, we are really partnering with the county government, and there's a way we really complement the county government of Nairobi. There's a way we complement those services among ourselves. Yeah, I think that is.
Thank you. The eucalyptus. Bwana Kuria, I think this is a concern for all of us. We need to deal with catchment degradation. And we need to work with counties. It may not be fair to refer it to the CEO for Nairobi, but maybe in his engagements with his fellow county executives, they can actually discuss the issue, because our sources come from outside Nairobi County. MD, I think there was something on greenhouses that you didn't respond to, that there are people who use your water for irrigation in greenhouses. I thought that is what I had. From a question that came from here, you've responded to the turnaround times, and I think the consideration of special rates for health facilities. Mike, on the sewer systems, and then we can take the next set.
So thank you. There was first a question on the direction. Basically, in terms of the details of what we are doing as an institution, our key areas, we are focusing on increasing water and sewerage, institutional capacity, research and innovation, and that's where the issue of recycling will come in place. So in terms of what you require in detail, you can download our strategic plan, and we have more details on the areas of intervention. For the old sewers, as we presented, we are doing quite a number of sewers in various areas, so we'll still continue renewing. And as I said, when we began, we focused on the trunk sewers. Now we are moving to the secondary and the laterals, but more so we are working together with the company to identify the various needy areas and put investments in those areas.
Thank you. So we can now go to this side. I hope we've not been unfair to you. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In that order.
Thank you very much. Kwa majina naitwa Wambua, mwana wa Munguti, na mimi ni mzaliwa wa Jericho Lumumba, and like Mr. Oscar Omwoko, chief officer, vile alitumia kufanya protocols was very impressive. He mentioned everyone. Kwa hivyo mimi na muemulate protocols observed. Na kuna watu wawili ningependa pia kurecognize as I move on along. The consultant. I think we have had discussions with you. Na nimeona kwa advertisement yenu, you actually heeded to what I had suggested in that meeting we had at EDCA. And you are calling it now upward tariff review, because I questioned that. Your review does not have to be upward, it can still go down. Thank you very much for recognizing me na mnajificha. Thank you. Now, so all protocols observed. There's one simple question that I think we are all avoiding, ladies and gentlemen. It's a question of who's the biggest debtor of Nairobi Water, Sewage, and Sewerage Company. And I've done a little research. Hata nimezeeka hivi. Nimefanya ka research kangu. By the way, I represent Ofafa Jericho na Jericho Lumumba, and I also represent Maringo. This is the secretary of the Maringo Residents Association. Kwa hivyo niko nao. Now, Kiambu County is the leading major debtor, owing 550 million. Now, we also have military and prison services and budget-constrained schools, coming to about 200 million. Now, the company former MD, Mr. Nashon Muguna, cited that large-scale non-payment as a main reason for the ballooning debt. That is the main reason why you have to increase the tariffs. Nipigieni makofi. It's also about the illegal connections. I'm not going to talk about the illegal connections, but I'll support that lady who said about cartels. I want you to take back to Colombia and El Salvador, Nairobi Water. You can have amicable negotiations with these cartels. because wamewashinda nguvu. You can have a sit down with them and decide on how this essential product will be distributed among the people. That is a first. This is not going to be the first time in the world. It has been done in Colombia. It has been done in El Salvador. It has also been done in Nigeria. Sit down with cartels. Understand? In your Kenya. Some understand how you are going to distribute this. And then you start moving on along. Now, unaka subject, ako ndaweka mwisho. Lakini,
Bwana Wambua,
niko na kengine.
Following on those protocols, so you can reduce maswali kidogo.
No, wewe
mwenyewe.
No. Wait. Ulituambia we are free to make contributions. Yes. And there's an article of the Constitution that says participation in public participation is allowed to ensure that umesema ikutoke. Wacheni nitoke. Now, I'm sorry, and I want confirmation from the Nairobi water. And by the way, I'm suffering from Stockholm syndrome. Mumekuwa mkitupatia breakfast na chakula mzuri mpaka sasa naogopa hata kuwapiga nini viko. You've done well. But I want to talk about a very sensitive issue. It has been confirmed. I have information, and I would like you to clarify that there is something called staff cost. I'm so sorry to have to mention this. I'm very sorry. People, forgive me. It is said that salaries consume 65%, double the permitted 35% threshold. I want confirmation to that. Because if this is the truth, the executive should implement employment for non-critical positions. Mumesikia mimi sema mtu afutwe. Singependa mtu afutwe. Yes, you can freeze hiring and then decentralize services in order to reduce overtime. Kwa hivyo nikimalizia, watu wa Jericho, watu wa Maringo wanasema hivi that we are under firm instructions to oppose this proposal by the Nairobi City company to review upward the utilities until probably you have sorted out these recommendations that we have made here and accurately analyze the effect of this debtors ledger for 1 year. Sisi tumekataa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bwana Wambua. What I would request is you have a memorandum. Please hand it over to the person next to you. And we'll respond to all the issues. We can move to the next, him and then the person behind.
Asante kwa nafasi, naomba kuwasalimia katika jina la Yesu. Hamjambo. Nashukuru sana MT, Chief Executive, the government representative, and the board. Majina yangu naitwa Marucha. Kuna mambo mumeongelea hapa matatu ambayo ni ya maana sana. Nimetoka sehemu ya Kibira pale nchi kavu, 72 Battalion Care. Ndio nimetoka pale. Mumeongelea mambo ya maji masafi, green water, kaongelea sewerage, lakini kuna maji inaitwa waste water. Ile maji inapita kwa mitaro. Hii amchaongelea na hatujui mwenyewe ni nani. Kuna kesi iko kwa ofisi yenu since 2019 ya maji ambayo inaitwa waste water. Mtu amebroki ile mtaro ya kupitisha maji machafu, maji inaingia katika nyumba zetu. Bwana MT, hiyo picha chiko hapa kwa simu yako. Kuna jambo umeongelea pale, muache kukimbisha watu wetu. Hakuna mtu anakimbishwa, na pale mahali tunaishi kuna police station siko hapo, mbona ajaripoti pale? Number 3, hatusemi mtu afutu. Mimi Marucha Skuru Monkey ndasiwezi kuchua kuconnect maji, siwichui kuconnect maji. Watu wanatoka ofisi zenu, wanakuja wanaconnect maji, alafu nasema maji imeibiwa na watu ni wanatoka katika ofisi zenu. Namba 2, namba 4. Piga makofi, nimewapatia nafasi mpige makofi. Namba 4, umesema tupige simu katika ofisi zenu. Kuna wasichana wanakaa ndani anakuambia the customer is not reachable. Ukimuuliza hako wapi, akujibu. Awajibu. Pati anakuambia is not available. Namba ya mwisho, tafadhali wale secretary wanafanya katika ofisi zenu, wanahitajiwa nao kuona uzima wa milele. Mtu mmoja hawezi kaa kwa ofisi waambie wako na meeting na hakuna mtu mwingine wanafanya naye meeting, ni yeye peke yake anafanya meeting. Yaani ninasema easy to see Jesus Christ in the close than to see somebody in the office. Kuna watu kutoka Nairobi Water Sewerage Company. Wako watu 8. MT nitakutumia hiyo majina yako. Yao sole. Wanafanya kazi kama malaika. Hao watu ukipiga ukisema sewerage imepasuka, maji imepasuka, wanakuja pale. Sitaki kuwameso ni hapa. Lakini nitatuma hiyo majina, nitachukua namba ya Mr. Omeke, nitachukua namba ya wale wengine pande wengine, nitatuma hiyo majina kwenu, waone na wao wapatiwe promotion. Na kuna wengine ambao wana connect match, ukienda kwa wastaki wanasema tunakimbizwa na panga. Mr. MT, Chief Executive, tafadhali mimi nimekanyaga tangu 2019, sichapata msaada hata kidogo, lakini ninaomba Kristo akitoka kutoka mbinguni, nitakuwa mtu wa kwanza kuelekea mbinguni. Maana ninapigania watu wa Kibira. Kibira, mnasema si waraini, hatujui vile naonekana, lakini tunaona vile inamwaga maji. Tafadhali mkumbuke watu wa Kibira, nchi kavu 72 battalion care na asi tupate si waraini. Jambo la mwisho, Master of Ceremony nimemtolea kofia. Ndugu, nimekutolea kofia. Hao watu wa Nairobi Water Sewerage Company, watu wa port, watu wa Ministry Nairobi County, City County Government, mkiwa mnapita kila mwezi, mnatufanyia meetings ya educate watu vile tutaishi. Asante, Mungu awabariki, tukitoka hapa tuende na amani ya Mungu.
Asante sana kwa haya maswali Bwana Guchi, tutajibu na utatumana majina ya watu kwa MD. Ako nayo tayari, sawa? So tuchukue hapo moja alafu zile mbili za nyuma. Very true. Jenda
habari zenyu.
Yes please.
Kwa majina naitwa Benson Washira. Mimi ni mkazi wa Umoja na nimeinvest huko. Mimi swali langu direct ningealituma kwa MD Nairobi Water. Juu kuna mzee hapa ameongea about Kayore. Nikwambie Kayore, I think sio wote, but your staff in Kayore wanatumesi. Sijui kama ni proposal mlikuja nayo ama ni policy ya kampuni mpaka imekuwa wenye tuko na apartments kwenda kuwekewa bill na vitu waziko. For example, kama mimi mwenyewe recent nilikuwa na shida, sikuwa napata bill. Sikuwa napata any bill. Nikachukua jukumu, nikaenda nikaita staff wa Kayole moja, najua wenye wanasoma wote. Nikamwambia hiyo bill angalie mbona sipati bill. Hakunijibu, nikaenda nikagundua ile mita imesimama. Nikajipeleka Kayole mimi mwenyewe, nikaripoti mita imesimama na ningetaka ichangiwe juu unajua mambo yenu ya nini recovery. After that MD kenye ilifanyika, nilienda huko naambiwa ati HR ametuma kwa nini, kwa mtu wa security. Sikuwa na shida na hiyo, juu mita nilikuwa najua ni venye mumeiweka. Kitu yenye imehappen imefuata, mtu wa security anakuja, anasema mita iko tampered, nampigia simu namwambia tupatane ground, unionyeshe hiyo mita iko how tampered. Mita yenu iko na seal venye mliweka, but kenye alifanya hakunisaidia. Nikaenda mpaka kwa HR mwenyewe, kenye alifanya ni kunifukuza kwa ofisi. Juu hiyo ofisi sasa imekuwa ni kama ya mtu. Namwambia enda utume huo mtu wa security, anionyeshe hiyo mita juu iko hapo ikujiwe, imekuwa tampered aje even today. Nikabishana nao dakika ya mwisho, niliwaambia Kenya mnataka kufanya mfanye. Ni bill waliniwekea nilipe, enye niliamua kulipa, but nikajua nitachukua hatua. Nikaambiwa kuna mkutano, nikajua ndani hizi hiyo issue hapa, nijue either ni policy mumeweka, wakiokota revenue. MD nataka nikuambie hii. Most investors in place like Umoja, some parts of Kasarani, juu I have friends wameinvest huko. Saa hii mita ikikwama Kenya wanafanya. Juu ya hizo nini zimewekwa na watu wenye wa security. Atulipoti. Unaenda unaripoti stolen. Juu ukiripoti useme imesimama, unakuja unaambiwa umetampa nayo. Na ukimwambia wa proof, wataki. Hata nilikuwa namuuliza ni sheria gani hiyo ama nini usiende ile mita. Ukuje unionyeshe hapo mnasema imewekwa ya super group. Mpaka saa hii. Kitu ndiniudhi bwana MD wakati watu wa kuchange hiyo mita walikuja. Juu nililipia pesa yenye niliambiwa. Walikuja wakaangalia ile mita wakaniambia huyu mtu unless mna uadui na yeye. Juu wao waliangalia na bahati nzuri mmoja wa wale walikuja ni mtu amekuwa for that docket ya security for a long time, kwa hivyo anajua mita iko tampered na ana experience. Aliniambia hiyo mita unless tuna uadui na hiyo mtu. Nikamwambia mimi hata simjui na msikianga tu huko. Kama mtaangalia hiyo MD, I think the Nairobi Water itakuwa the best company. Another thing, mimi mambo ya support hii kitu na support muongezee. If tutapata maji, our tenants watapata maji, I don't have a problem with that. Na najua most hata kama kuna ma investor watasupport hiyo. But itakuwa uchungu tukuje to support ama venye umeamua kufanya mwende mfanye muiongeze. After 3 years tukikuja hapa tena ikuwe the same story. Barikiweni sana.
Asante Benson. So tuchukue hizo mbili alafu tujibu hizo.
All protocols served. Habari zenu na watu wengine wote. Mimi ni mkaaji wa Umoja tu na niko na swali 3.
Unaitwa nani?
Naitwa Beatrice Gitu na nasimamia Umoja tu. Ya kwanza, sewer line ikiharibika tunafaa kulipa tukiita watu wa sewer line. Swali ya pili, nataka kushukuru watu Nairobi Water yote na WASREB. Asanteni sababu ya kutupea maji. We were here last time na tukaorganize vile watu tutapata maji. Thank you very much, tumekuwa tukipata maji. Lakini sasa sewer line ya area yetu ni kadogo, kamtaro tu. Lakini hijawahi tengenezwa, inachemka ndani ya plots. Is it aka kadogo kamewashinda na kuna hizo kubwa ambazo zenye mlitengeneza? Najua mnaweza tengeneza mkitaka, because last time we were here tukiongelea kuhusu maji. Na within a month mkatupea maji na mkatutengenezea maji, mkaturekebishia, tunawashukuru sana. Lakini yenye iko ndio mmetuongezea hii tariff. Hii tariff meongeza na maji sewage inachemka kwa plot. Si kwanza mtutumie hawa as vile mlituma watu last time wakakuja wakatuangalilia maji na wakatutengenezea. Aka kasiwa line kadogo kanachemka ndani ya plot. Mtutengenezee. Sababu kama tutakosa kutengeneza hizi zenye ziko nje ndani ya plot, kutaanza kutokea maugonjwa. The other thing is, saa zile watu wa sewer line wamekuja, tunafaa kureport wapi? Industry area kwa hii head office ama Kayole, sababu sisi ni waishi wa Kayole. Ndio ile siku tunawapea kama hii namba as mmoja amesema. Saa hizi inafanya, hata nilikuwa nimeambia my neighbor hapa. Hii tumepewa saa hizi inafanya. Lakini tukitoka hapa haitafanya tena. Haitafanya, utakuwa tu ukiambiwa ina repeat and you know inakula credit sometimes. Sasa ni vile mmesema, nimeona mkubwa amesema ni toll free. Lakini sometimes inakula credit. And as vile mlitusaidia last time, naomba tu hiyo kazi mlifanya last time tunaisifu. Hatutaki kuwakashifu sana, tunataka pia tuwasifu as mmetutengenezea sewer line. Sababu inachemka sana, sababu uko ndani ya plot, iko karibu na mlango yako. So naomba kama tukitoka hapa, as vile mlifanya hiyo Monday, najua Monday pia mtatuma inaitwa nini? Watu wa maji wenye wako hapa mliniambia memorandum. So najua mkubwa CEO memorandum utaituma kwa Nairobi Water of Kayole ndio watusaidie.
Asante sana Ruth. Tuchukue ya mwisho alafu tujibu haya.
Amjambo wote.
Hatujambo.
Kwa majina naitwa Joseph Ambiro. Natoka Lang'ata. Mimi naongelea mji yenye natoka. Kwanza nashukuru Nairobi Water kwa kazi ambao wanafanya ndani ya Lang'ata. Mimi ni mzaliwa wa Utiende Estate. Nimelelewa huko mpaka sasa bado ninaishi huko. Huko nyuma tangu 1963 tumekuwa hatuna maji pale Utiende. Lakini miaka 3 nyuma tumepata maji, hatukosi maji. Tunashukuru Nairobi Water wanatolea maji from Karen wanaingiza kwa estate yetu huko ndani. Tunashukuru kwa kazi yenye wanafanya. Huyo mwenzangu kutoka Kibra, sisi wote tuna report mali moja. Tukipeleka report huko wao wana answer immediately. Na hao wenye unasikia wanatakana waongeze cheo, hata bado wanatembea mpaka Lang'ata. Tutawa mention majina, na saa zile public participation inafanyika, au wakasi wenyu pia mnakuja mnawapanga hapa, tunawaambia ni huyu na huyu na huyu. At least pia wapate cheo ama muongezee kitu kidogo juu. Naunga mkono public participation 2024-2025. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Asante sana Bwana Biro. So situruhusu tuchukue haya. What I will do for the next round is, because I was told hakuna gender balance, I will give the next 5 set of questions to ladies. But allow us to speak, to respond to the issues first. MD, please.
It is good tunapata compliments na tunapata bashing. So tunasemanga according to ISO kuna kitu inaitwa continuous improvements. Sasa ndugu yangu Wambua, mwana wa Munguti, umeuliza maneno ya dates. Na nimeona umetoka Marigo, Jericho na we ni na Lumumba mkaaji wa huko. Hata sisi tunakuomba ukitoka hapa, please ambia our customer wenye wako hapo pia watulipe deni. Because among the customers, watu wenye wako na pesa yetu mingi sana ni hiyo area. Sasa utusaidie. But among the biggest debts, hiyo naomba utusaidie pia, but nitakwambia maneno ya biggest debts. We are seriously on the ground, tuna disconnect na collect. As we talk now, Kiambu wote wanatulipa, Kidhunguri wote wanatulipa, Karura wote wanatulipa. DOD venye ulipata hiyo deni, hiyo information, sasa nakwambia DOD deni yao imeteremuka. All the government institutions now, they are paying us what they owe us. Alafu kitu yenye tunakuomba now as our customers, tafadhali, because umeona hii maji tumeambiwa inatoka almost 60 kilometers kuja Nairobi. Hii maji tunaitreat, it's of one of the best quality in the world. Tunaomba please, just make sure you pay us. Umeona maji, it is so cheap. And what is happening is most of us Nairobians, unafaa kulipa power, msilipe maji. So that is why at times we want to expand, we want to grow, but hiyo ni changamoto zenye tuko nazo. But what I can assure you, the government is really paying us. Yes. Then in terms of staff cost, what I can assure you, since 2017, Nairobi Water haijai employ mtu mmoja, isipokuwa 2 years ago, we brought in engineers because we needed special skills. We brought in engineers. They were in, how many number, Director? 79. So you can imagine kuna watu wametoka since 2017. We were 2,800. Now we are around 3,800. Now we are 2,700. So what we can assure you, also prudent, we are looking at how do we bring down this cost. But one of our biggest challenges is the kind of infrastructure we have. Imagine imenyesha, one of the customer amesema siwa inapita kwa mlango yake usiku. What do we do? We need to bring in our staff. Na huo staff ukimleta hiyo usiku, lazima umlipe kitu inaitwa overtime ndio akuje afanye hiyo kazi. So that is why we are coming to you, that we really want to improve on that infrastructure so that we also bring down the cost of the element of staff cost. Toll-free line. My sister from Umoja, what I can assure you, hii sio vipintire tunafanya. Hiyo toll-free line, it is always available. At times unaelewa kuna mikakati ya technology, maybe unapata kuna fiber cable imekatwa along our offices, but this is something that we monitor on day-to-day basis. Kuna mtandao, kama we ni mtu wa teknolojia, inaitwa service.nairobiwater.co.ke. service.nairobiwater.co.ke. Ukienda hapo, itachukua mahali penye uko, itachukua coordinates, itakuuliza utengeneze, uweke the complaint yenye uko nayo. Ikikuja automatically utapata feedback, itakupatia token number that your complaint has been received. Sasa hapo sisi tumeweka mikakati internally whereby we're able to monitor what is happening for people who can be able to access technology. For people now, this is something that we also need to improve. Watu wenye hawezi access your technology, kuna USSD code, hiyo ya *260#. Tunaenda kuleta hiyo service so that to empower our customers to be able to be making complaints or anything about our services on that USSD code, because you can access it from whichever phone yenye uko nayo. And what I can assure you by my brother also from Umoja, hii tariff kuna what we call KPIs. Kuna what we call WASREP walikuonyesha, kuna kitu inaitwa key performance indicators. Nazi wametuwekea masharti. Wanatuambia, yes, una increase hii tariff. Maneno ya madeni amesema collection efficiency kama uliona ni 95%. Yo kata kwa inaitwa CBC, wale tuko na CBC, sijui ni EE mara 2 ama EE mara 3. So you can imagine that is a very high threshold for us, and is monitoring us on monthly basis. So what we can assure you, whatever we've promised that we are going to do, we are really going to deliver. About the issue of sewer upgrade, we're also doing a lot. There's a lot of programs that tumeweka. Maneno, you know, Athiwater is doing a lot in terms of the trunk sewers and in terms of the lateral sewers. We're also putting in a lot of mechanism. We have a lot of programs. If you have time, just come and visit us on our offices on Kampala Road. We'll be able to show you, like this issue of Umoja 2 sewer. I know it is already in our pipeline. We'll be doing something about it. About my brother from Langata, that is a very good compliment for us. For Langata residents, what we can assure you, now we will be giving you more water from Karen, that is from Galeria, coming all the way. And all the residents from that area now will be getting sufficient water. We'll never be having that challenges that you are having in terms of the water supply. But however, from your compliments, already you are a very, very satisfied customer. And the way you said the staff there, they are serving you very well. We're also coming up with the schemes on how we'll be motivating our staff internally. So don't be worried. We'll be taking some recognition or some motivational measures for the staff who are really offering exemplary services. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think he has addressed all the issues. Labda ile moja tu MD au kuguzia ni ile benchmarking ya Colombia na El Salvador. But you can talk to Wambua nyuma ya tent akwambie how that benchmarking can be done. The next set of those are ready with the mic. I'll only give it to ladies first round. So 1, 2. No ladies. Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we can give it to him 5. Because, yeah. Then we'll pick the next set.
All protocols observed. Majina naitwa Millicent Ojuka from Viwandani. And as you all know, Viwandani is in an informal settlement. So there was this meeting at Eka Hotel. I've not seen today anything being mentioned about simplified toilets. This is being tried in Viwandani. When they came first, wakatuambia registration fee per every structure. A structure has 6 rooms, 10 by 10 rooms, 6 rooms. Registration will pay 5,000. And monthly fee of 350 for the simplified toilets. We are kindly asking, can this be reviewed? 5,350. Reason being, we are in informal settlement. Si kila mtu anajiweza pale. Si kila structure owner anajiweza pale. Did you come and do a public participation in Viwandani, or are you planning to come and do it? For us to understand how these simplified toilets will work, and why you decided that each structure has to pay 5,000 for registration and 350 monthly fee, kindly. I really want to know how that works. And another thing is that in Viwandani we have 3 working boreholes. One is Star of Hope, another in St. Elizabeth, another one in Mareba Health Center. The one in Star of Hope has really helped. Our MCA, congratulations to him, has, with the help of Nairobi Water, has been able to pipe this water all through Viwandani. But the only problem is, hiyo maji hatuwezi kunywa. Ni kuoga, kufua, na kuosha vyombo, because hatuwezi kunywa. But there is an NGO that came up and said, wako ready kupata na Nairobi Water, wajue venye hii maji inaweza kuwa consumable. What happened? Because we do not hear from them again, we do not hear that from Nairobi Water again about this water being able to, for us to consume. Kwa sababu kama maji ni shida Nairobi, kwa nini msitatue hii boreholes 3 ziko na maji, and all these boreholes can be able to be pumped all over Viwandani na isaidie to reduce hii kwanza leo kama Viwandani hakuna maji, lakini hii borehole water iko, lakini inaweza tu kufua, kuosha vyombo na kuoga. NGO yenyewe inajiita the Warm the World. What happened? Are you still following up on that? And will we be able to see this borehole water being able to be consumed? Last but not least, there is a burst in, I'm not sure if this river, we call it Nairobi River or Ngong River, the river between Viwandani and Embakasi. There is a very main big burst ya siwa hapo. Your employees are there for the last 2 years. They've been there trying to solve it. Wanakuja asubuhi, ifika saa 7 wameenda. Kama jana nilikuwa hapo, tingatinga haina mafuta. Tingatinga kutoka huko juu mpaka hapo kwa mto, alafu mafuta ikaisha. Ni ya nini? I am sorry to ask, lakini si tumeitwa tuulize swali. Hii tingatinga imeteremka kutoka huko juu kwa barabara mpaka kwa mto, inafika haina mafuta. Ni ya nini? Si basi mkae kama hamna mafuta mpaka ile siku mtapata mafuta. Kwa sababu hii sewage it's open, it's entering our homes. Yes, tuko kwa slums, but sisi bado ni binadamu. Imeingia kwa manyumba zetu. Simplified toilets right outside my house mulitengeneza, right out of my house mkaniatia open sewer. Siku hizi mimi naishi na mavi hapo kwa sababu hii sewer haifanyi kazi. When you go there, kama jana nilikuwa hapo, mimi ni mtu mwingine napenda kuuliza swali. Nilijipeleka tu hapo, nimefunga kaleso na kitambaa, nikikaa kama mama mzee. Nikauliza huyo madam, kwani ni nini inaendelea? Ile jibu huyo madam alinipea, I realized you the board members, the official members, mwenye mko huko juu, muna fail employees wa hapa chini. Aliniambia madam, hatuna mafuta, na hata kama ningekupea namba ya mkubwa, hayuko hapa. Pengine uongee na engineer Kagiri, simjui. Nitamtoa wapi? Huyo engineer Kagiri simjui, nitamtoa wapi? And yet isiwa hata hao wenyewe mental health yao haiko poa. Wamekuja wamenukiwa na hiyo sewage, ina change color every 2 minutes. Mental health yao haiko poa. Kindly help us tuweze tujue venye hii siwa itatengenezwa so that the simplified toilets can be directed to this sewer, watu wa Viwandani tupate choo.
Tumekusikiza vizuri.
Last but not least,
I thought that was the last.
Yes, the last one, cartels, mnaziongelelea. How often do you rotate your employees? Mtu amekaa Lumumba for 10 years, yeye ndiye anajua venye maji wewe inatengenezwa. Ni Nairobi Water Company. Msituoni siku moja mlete Viwandani, hakutakuwa na. I'm very sure. Kwa sababu by the time anakuja Viwandani, ashikane na watu ma cartels, mrotate tena umpeleke Kibira. Hakutakuwa na cartels. Rotate your employees, wawache kuzoeana na watu.
Asante sana. There was a hand here. Let's start from the back as we come forward. There's one hand there, and then the 2 hands in front, and then this other person.
All protocols observed. I'm Catherine from Kahawa West. I would really like to appreciate kazi yenye mnafanya, but I have a concern. On the side of Jubilee Estate, Kahawa West, there is a team which usually come to kufanya kazi ya kutengeneza the sewer line. I would really like to appreciate Mr. Kagiri, Madam Chebet, na tena security, Mr. Ben. But we have a sewer hole yenye ilitengenezwa from last year ikatengenezwa na tuko na watoto haijafunikwa. We have been complaining. I, as Catherine, have been calling even in headquarters, complaining about that issue. Kindly check on it, sababu tuko na watoto. On the issue of the kuna cartels, I would really like to say it outrightly in front of the management. And after complaining, tunakuja tunakatiwa maji all the watu wote, whereas tunapeana majina ya watu wenye wana connect maji illegally. Sisi wenye tunalipa maji vizuri and diligently tunasuffer just because of some few people, na watu wa security wanajua. Shida ni even after complaining, unapata wenye wanakuja kurudisha maji ni wenyeji tu wa kampuni yenu. Kindly, if at all you will allow me to see it, mbadilishe watu wenye your workers. Sababu kuna mambo mingi sana yenye yanafanywa. Utapata kuna watu wamekaa huko for more than 5 years na wanajuana na watu. Nikienda kusema this and this, unapata mtu anasema nilielezewa na nani na nani. Huyo anakuja kunitusi akinieleza whether I'm being paid from Nawasco to complain. Shida ni anapewa kitu kidogo. Kindly check on that. Thank you.
Asante sana Catherine. The two in front.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for inviting us to this forum to give our opinions. My name is Jennifer, and from Utawala, from where I come from. Now, my question is on sewerage connections without water. And here I'm talking about boreholes, and these boreholes, they work hand in hand with Nairobi Water to complementary relationship to supply either the underserved or the unserved areas as you expand your reach. My question is, and this is to the MD of Nairobi Water, these boreholes, they are doing complementary. They are complementing you. And first of all, you have metered us at the source, that's number one. And then in the supply, the water, they are supplying, the boreholes are just supplying water. However, we are paying the 75% of the sewerage fee. Now these customers who you have connected, Nairobi Water has connected the sewer to them, not to this particular borehole. I see there the relationship is that of an agency. In other words, these borehole people are collecting sewer water, sewer fee on your behalf. So as you do these tariffs, as you review the tariffs, we would request consideration of an agency relationship between these people who are supplying borehole water to the people using your sewer, and yet you are billing these people, the sewer, the borehole owners, the sewer, to collect the sewer on your behalf and pay on your behalf. So this is a request that is an agency relationship right there, because the borehole is not providing sewer. It is you doing that, and this person is collecting on your behalf. So that is my question and my proposal and my comment. And also the fact that you come and meter at the borehole, and not all this water ends up in the sewerage. Some of it, the borehole person is probably using it to water the sukuma wiki there. But Nairobi Water is coming and reading everything and charging sewer on everything, over and above being your agency of collecting the sewer fee for you. And still on the same, there are also other people who are coming to buy with trucks. So they are coming and they are taking the water away with the trucks. So these trucks could be taking that water to homes which are not even supplied with sewer. But this person is being charged sewer fee, even for water that has not ended up in the sewer. So consideration needs to be made there so that there is no problem paying for sewer, but can it be you're only billed for the water that ends up in the sewer? That's number one. And number two, in this agency relationship, can then that be considered in the tariff as you come up with your tariff? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jennifer. And so that we don't carry this forward to the MD, I would really wish, because you've given a proposal, it would be good to see whether it's possible really to assess how much of that water gets into the sewer system and how much doesn't get into, because that is really the challenge. But I like that proposal. I think we will need further discussion on that. We will pick it up as the company also looks at that agency relationship that you're proposing. Please, and then we can come to this side.
Hamjambo.
Yeah.
Hamjambo. Mimi naitwa Emily Mkomunene, na represent Green Westlands Association, na niko na kiu kwanza, na tuko kwa mkutano ya Nairobi Water. Nimesikia maji imeisha, lakini usijali, sauti mtasikia. Now my observation or my question is, since we are benchmarking with Singapore, do our tariffs and reliability compare to Singapore? If not, can we upscale to the same without incurring extra expenses? Secondly, tunaongea mambo ya borehole na maji kutoka chini. Lazima maji yote itoke underground yenye tunatumia. Tumepata wakati mwingi kunakuwa na mvua inazidi, tunakuwa na mafuriko kila mahali, na baada ya muda tunasema hatuna maji hata wakati mvua iko mingi. Can we be able to enact water catchment areas? Can we build these water catchment areas or traps above? Vile tunaweka skyscrapers Nairobi, tunaweza kutengeneza hizo water catchment areas above ili tutoe kwa ground. Then we direct them to where we can have clean water when there is shortage, ama to redirect that water ndio tusikue tunasema sehemu fulani iwezi pata maji. The other issue is hapa in Westlands, one of my colleagues raised the question, wakasema tuulize pale between Brookside and Shanzu there is a well leaf, and the place of water canal kila wakati inakuwa na blockage, na hiyo blockage in overflow to the wrong side. On warm days unapata the area stinks. Brookside area yote inanuka chafu kwa sababu hiyo blockage. Na hiyo mambo imekuwa reported for so long and we have not seen any action being taken. Can we please assign someone to look at it?
Thank you, Emily. I think, so thanks for that. We picked this one. But as we pick that question, I want to seek your indulgence. This meeting is also hybrid. Yeah? We are here, there are people online. It would also be fair to also listen to their concerns. Isn't you? Then we proceed with the next set of questions. So I'm not ignoring anyone, but I'm just saying let's also be fair to the people who've been online. So we can pick this, we answer the questions, then we pick the online questions, and then come back to the next round of questions. Give him a mic, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols are observed. My name is Charles Mbugwa. I'm talking on behalf of Moja Inako, and I'll be very brief. Umoja Inako ilianziwa 1978, na zile pipes ziko kule ziliwekwa hiyo wakati, and it was not meant for high-rise buildings, but eventually nyumba zimeenda mpaka juu zaidi, na tumecomplain mambo ya shortage ya maji, ina ikasemekana ya kwamba other pipes will be laid. Unfortunately, about sometimes last year, walianza kuweka new pipes. We thank you for that. But the problem is that when they were laying the pipes, the contractors did very shallow trenches.
very shallow trenches such that wakati barabara ilikuja sasa kuanza kutengenezwa, hizo pipes zilikanyagwa na tractors na ikachomeka. Nirudi nyuma kidogo, niseme wakati waliweza kuweka zile pipe mpya, na ni pipe ya inchi 3 ama inchi 4, you find that ndio uweze kuwekewa maji ama uwe connected kwa maji yako, unakuta unaambiwa ati mpaka wewe mwenyewe ununue clamp, wewe mwenyewe ununue the parts ile ya kuweka ile maji ndio uweze kuwekewa. Ati the contractor alikuwa anafanya kazi ya main sewer, ya main pipe. Nauliza, wakati tunapeana hizo contract, tupeane mpaka ya kuingiza ndani ya nyumba, sababu initially tulilipa ya ile maji ya kwanza. Ya pili, ni mambo about a while ago, me personally, kwangu nilikuja nikakuta mita haisongi. After about 1 month, I reported the matter to Kayole. And then when I reported to Kayole, fortunately they came and they brought a new meter. But when it ran for 1 month, nililetewa barua ya kusema ya kwamba I have been paying a lesser fee ya maji, na mimi na sasa nitalipishwa karibu miaka 4. Hiyo miaka 4, the bill I was given, it was about 800,000. And after a lot of struggle, I was connected after paying quite a substantial amount of money. So this clause, is it known to the institution, or is it a clause which comes from somewhere else? Finally, niseme ya kwamba maji, tuko na complaint ya maji pande ya Umoja Inako. Wakati maji imepotea, ikirudi wakati sasa inarudi ikiwa contaminated na sewer. Mpaka finally ile maji ambayo maybe ulikuwa umejiwekea kidogo inakuwa contaminated, unakuwa forced kumwaga ile maji. Can there be some improvement on the delivery services such that maji ikija isiwe contaminated, ama iwe investigated ndio ijulikane mahali contamination inaingiliaga? Ndio at least tuache mambo tukunywe hii maji ambayo tunaambiwa it is cheap. Tuache kwenda kununua ile maji ambayo iko na bei ya kali. Thank you very much.
Asante sana Charles. Wacha tuyajibu haya. Na wacha tuyajibu haya alafu tukue round nyingine. Nataka tukae mpaka saa ngapi? I will pick in the next round. Note this, we are very fair, so hakutakuwa na ubaguzi. I have seen 2 hands, persistent hands at the back. So I'll give you the next chance. The 3, 4, 5. So we answer those questions. We line 3 from this side and the 2 from that side. MD, looks like all these are yours.
Yeah, I'll start with our lady from Viwandani about the simplified sewer system. The issue of registration of 5,350, I think that is something that we need to sit down with the resident and see how we can be able to bring it down. So that is a commitment. Maybe you need to visit me in my office from Monday so that we have a discussion about it. Then the issue of the 3 boreholes that are not working, I've asked my technical team. I think they are working on it. But what you also need to do is that by the end of next week, if they're not working, just get in touch with my offices. But also the request that you are asking, because you are residents of Viwandani, we've noted that while we are not getting enough water in that area, there's a lot of illegalities around that Mareba area. And even the excavator that you are seeing that is run out of the fuel, actually that is the work that it was doing, trying just to remove all those illegal disconnections that are there. But however, I'll also need to find out what happened, because what we do is we always ensure that our vehicles are fueled enough for that particular assignment that it's supposed to do. So it is something that we need to follow as our stop management to find out actually what really happened. In terms of the open sewer, this is something that we've also picked up, because if we abandon those sewers that we are doing initially, and then we are bringing in the simplified sewer, then you are just leaving those open sewers. That is not acceptable from our end. It's an issue that we'll pick it up so that you're able to address it. In terms of staff staying in one area for more than 5 years or 10 years, we've picked it up and we look at it, and it's something that is positive for us, because if somebody stays in one area for 10 years, actually it becomes complacent with our customers. So it is something that we are going to discuss with the board so that we see how we are really going to rotate those staffs. In terms of Kawa West, you talked there's an open sewer. This is something that I need to get more information from my team. But our motto is always that whatever you are doing in a sewer, we don't need to endanger the lives of our customers. So if it's the contractor has done that, that is something that we need to address from our offices. Because for us, why we are doing that sewer is to improve the lives of the Nairobians, not to endanger the lives of Nairobians who live across that area. Then there's the compliments. The issue of, okay, that was a compliment. Then from the Realtors, is it Realtors Association, about the reliability of services. You know, Singapore also started from somewhere. You've heard that Singapore, there's a time they came and learned from us. They went and reinvented the wheel so that they are better than us. For us also, you know, as a country, we need also to start dreaming big. You dream big, whatever you achieve, you say, yes, I tried and I was able to achieve that dream. So for us, that dream is real. What we need to do in terms of reliable water, when you look at even our mission, we say that we want to offer our services in a reliable and efficient way. At times we have challenges, and that is why we are here. We are saying we are not able to recover all our costs. We're only doing 91 to 99%. And the moment you are not able to do the cost recovery, it becomes very difficult for you actually to provide that services. It is a step that we've started. What I can assure you with the available water that you are doing, if it's your day that you are supposed to receive on that day, it will be upon us to ensure that actually if your day is the day you are supposed to get that water, you get it as expected. The issue of boreholes. Boreholes, for us, we only charge those boreholes owners who are connected on our systems. If you are not connected on our systems, we don't charge you. But the moment you are connected on our sewer system, because you're extracting that water and you are giving to your customers, and it is us who are picking that water to treat for you. But the other charges that the boreholes people are able to charge for the extraction of that water, it is being done by Warma. That is not within our mandate. In terms of Westlands, the issue of Brookside and Shansu Road, this is something that we've noted. We'll be able to follow up with our team. But what I'm encouraging our customers, please, if you're able to access our portal, that is service.nairobiwater.co.ke, just report there. For us at management level, we're able to monitor actions that are being taken in terms of what has been reported. When you report verbally, at times it really becomes very difficult for us to monitor what our staffs are expected to do down there. In terms of Mr. Mbugwa, Imoja Inako, that is you said initially it was a single dwelling unit. Now it is a multiple dwelling unit. The challenge of sewer actually that are being addressed, you've seen there's a trunk sewer that is being done along Kangundo Road. And we are hoping that that trunk sewer is really going to address some of the challenges that you are having in terms of the issue of overflows. In terms of the new network that we did, that is the regional manager who is in charge of that area. He has picked it, and I'll task them to find out why the trenching was done very shallow. Yeah, I think that is it. Maybe, Director, there's the issue of the storm water. He still expects an answer from you.
Thank you. On the issue of stormwater, first of all, let me thank Nairobi Water for always intervening when we have storm waters in Nairobi. I know it is not their mandate, but they have at times helped us. But if you look at the legal instruments, the people who are supposed to be sorting the storm water, there is a national government agency that is referred to as National Water Harvesting and Storage Authority. That institution has the mandate to mitigate flood waters both in the urban areas and in the rural areas. I hope I've answered you. Now, I want to speak to the lady who spoke about the cost of borehole water vis-a-vis where the water is used. I think we have a problem that we'll ask WASREP to sort. The problem being that Nairobi Water is publicly engaging you in the cost of their water. However, if you go to Kilimani area and now Lavington, in the multi-dwelling units, you will find all units have sunk boreholes. And in those boreholes, you will find that the landlords have a fixed rate for the cost of water, because that water does not come from Nairobi Water. I think it's an issue that WASREP needs to pick up, because you will find that Nairobi Water will not be responsible for the landlord costing the tenant that cost of water. But Nairobi Water will only be responsible for the sewer drainage out of that. So you will give us guidance, WASREP, on what we need to do as a county government when a landlord has decided to charge water rates at, say, 10,000 per month. Because now that's not the mandate of Nairobi Water. Now that is the mandate of WASREP. Again, let me just respond to my friend from Jericho, who suggested that the tariff review is purposely for the purpose of paying debts. I think the MD has tried to elaborate that some of these debts we are talking about are not only debts owed to the staff. Nairobi Water, we need to be very clear that Nairobi Water has debts owed to the national government. We owe WASREP, we owe WARMA, and we owe WRA. This Nairobi Water pays WARMA for the extraction of water we give you. This Nairobi Water pays WASREP as a regulator. And this Nairobi Water also pays the debts that is owed to the other suppliers. So we are not only intended to pay for the debts, but we are also intended to make sure that the water sector is regulated and it works as required. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, CEO, for those clarifications. Because I see a number of borehole owners. Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company, the area of service is the whole of Nairobi City County. Before the tariff is determined, the WSP has to be licensed. That license gives the utility exclusive rights for service provision in the city county of Nairobi. Anybody providing water services, and we appreciate that you fill in a gap that the utility currently is not able to give, because access, as we were shown, is not 100%, it's at about 80%. The borehole owners play a critical role. That critical role that you're playing as borehole owners should be executed with the concurrence of Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. What WASREB requires, and we are soon getting to this, and CEO, this is something that all of us should appreciate. The fact that nobody has actually gotten to you, the law is very clear, that you can only provide water services with the authority of a license. If you don't have a license, you're in business illegally. It's not about if, it's about when. So it is, the onus is on us, and we are not giving threats. We are saying we are partners in this process. We want to see you as partnering with us to the extent that you're also willing to comply. What we have resolved as WASREB is that we will make non-compliance unviable. So if you're doing business without compliance, we will make sure that you're not viable. So let's do the next onerous thing and ensure that we are linked to Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Company. The other issues of pricing, quality of service, because you've actually been told the supply you're giving may not be to the required standards. If anything happens, it is Waziri who will actually answer. We don't want to get there because the responsibility for service provision is given to the county government, and you told as much. So that is, it's them to provide water and sanitation services. If you are doing it, you're doing it on behalf of the county government. It is important that the county government knows you, just like they know Nairobi Water. So you're required to sign a sub-agreement, and I liked what Catherine said, what Jennifer said about having an agreement with the borehole suppliers. We call them alternative providers. We want to know the quality of what they are supplying. We want to know the issues around customer service. Because I'm told for some of us to be connected to these systems, you have to pay so much. Yeah? So if we agree that we're in business, we have to know how much you're charging for that service. Yeah? And that is what the law says. It's not about what we are saying, it is what you are required. So if you decide to play in that space and provide services, please, kubali to play within the rules. I have sent MD some questions from the online participants. I didn't want to repeat the questions because that would not save us time for him to just respond. For some of them, we can just decide to, outside this Q&A, respond just like we would respond to the memoranda that you have shared with us. So MD can take a few minutes to respond to there are about 5 questions.
Like the first question is concrete measures in Nairobi Water implementing to ensure consistent, equitable, and uninterrupted water supply in Makadara. Yes, this one we are bringing technology so that you're able now to use technology to control the way we are opening and closing those valves. And actually, this is something that we've factored in the current, in the review that you are doing in terms of the tariff. Wahito, are we prepared when it comes to urban housing development projects in regard to our sewer line and water supply? Yeah, we're really doing a lot in terms of planning. There's so many sewer improvements projects that are coming up on what we want to do in terms of the laterals and in terms of what the Water Service Board are doing. Just from the presentation, they're able to show us what they are doing. In terms of the water supply, we are planning to do Maragua 4 and NCT Northern Collector. Maragua 4 will bring in around 120,000 cubic meter per day, and NCT Collector 2 will bring in another around 100,000 cubic meter per day. The issue of minimizing water loss, this is something that we've discussed here. I'll not dwell so much on it, but what I can assure all the stakeholders is that as an institution, we are really focusing on the issue of non-revenue. And based on the KPIs that we've been given, this financial year, we are determined that we'll be able to bring it down from 54 to 50%. And what we are asking the stakeholders, kindly partner with us, because you are the people who are seeing these illegalities, you are the people who are seeing all those people who are consuming our water illegally. So just partner with us and share with us all the information, and we'll be able to take the corrective action. If you raise it in our region offices and it's not being addressed, feel free to come to our offices in Kampala Road. We'll always listen to you. Or also, you can also try to raise it on what we've shared on our toll-free line and on our portal, that is service.nairobiwater.co.ke. And what I can assure you, part of my KPIs is to monitor what is being reported on those portals on a daily basis. Then the issue of non-revenue again, that one we've talked about it. How much additional revenue from the tariff hike of 65 shillings? This is something that was demonstrated here, and all the additional revenue now will be able to achieve the cost recovery, because as where we are now, we're only at 98, which means we are not meeting our cost. The moment an additional revenue that will come in, we'll be able now to do what we call the sewer expansion, and in terms of also expanding the water within the Nairobi County. Can someone answer this question? This Day Spring Kariobangi South area has one of the worst sewer and sanitation facilities. There's a lot of sewer improvement project that is going on in Kariobangi, particularly when you look at what you are doing on the trunk sewers, whereby we are doing 2 trunk sewers along Nairobi River. And also, we are also trying to expand on our treatment capabilities in Kariobangi from currently of around 60,000 to around 120,000 cubic meter. So there's a lot of the plans that we put in place in terms of the sewer. And one of the things that now we are really going to focus in this tariff is in terms of the sewer improvement. You've seen what is happening in Kilimani, what is happening in Kileleshwa. Initially, it was meant, a unit that was meant for single dwelling unit, now it has around 70, 80 families. Same sewer facilities, same water distribution line. So part of the things that we are going to do based on this tariff is for us to be able to expand those lines so that we're able to address the challenges that are coming from the rapid growth that is happening in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you. I think those are the questions online. We had 5 questions, but also at the back, you had a burning question because you seem to say I ignored you. I want to be very fair. So we can pick 6 for that round, the 3, 2, and 1 from him. Then we can go to the next round.
Oh, thank you very much. I will write on the protocols already observed. My name is Davis, and I have got the following issues to make. First, one of the directors said that we have the best water in the world. My question is that, do we have any capacity of exporting or importing water from this country? Number 2, you know, in water business, we have got a lot of licensing, permits, and certificates. What measures have you taken so that we can have a one-stop shop so that we can reduce this kind of bureaucracy and corruption? Another question goes to artificial intelligence, whereby most people have been complaining about breakages of sewages and pipe waters. Is there any measures this board has taken to embrace modern computer technology by actually using items like drones to actually detect where we have got sewage breakages so that they can go there and repair without even a member of the public calling you in the office? Do you have such a things? Kama vile tu hawa wanajua how Kenya pipeline operates. Pipe ikipasuka ya mafuta, ndege imefika hapo tayari, kitambo upige simu, wameshafanya amendment. So I don't know whether the board has the same or it has also embraced on the same. Another question goes to mambo ya employment. Nimesikia wengi sana wanaongea mambo ya employment. And you know, employment is a continuous process. There is no day you can say that an organization cannot employ a person simply because, or maybe to put even somebody on internship, because people do retire, they die, they are dismissed, some of them go away. So we have to replace. So employment is not an issue. WASREP should just act like other organizations to employ when people are exiting, or maybe they are leaving because of natural attrition. The last comment I wanted to make, Mheshimiwa, nimeona muko hapa, nasikia waziri anasemekana ako hapa, MD yuko hapa. These members of the public have left their work where they are working, coming here to make laws, to make regulations, and now we have others outside there we are representing. We are just asking you that out of your miscellaneous, just you do something as a stipend allowance for these people to go home with something.
Thank you very much. We pick the next one. We've heard you very well. Yes, please. Proceed.
Amjambo wote.
Hatujambo.
Mimi naitwa Julius Maweu kutoka Babadogo. Na niko na mambo matatu tu ambao nikitaka yaangaliwe kuhusu estate ya Babadogo. Na kwanza, in summary, jambo la kwanza, tungetaka kuletewa pipe kubwa ya maji. Badala ya kila mtu kwenda kuchukua na kapaipo kadogo, na kwa vile tuko na plot kama 620, kila mtu akienda kuchukua na kapaipo kadogo, na hii tupaipu tunapasuka tuote, inasemekana mwenye paipu aende akaripe. Maji inaharibika mingi. Kwa hivyo, water supply, I would like to request Nairobi Water to supply us with a big pipe into the estate, but not one big at the end, at one corner of the estate, where everybody will go and pick water with a small pipe. Point number 2, sewer line. Tulinunua Babadogo tangu mwaka wa 1986. Na mpaka sasa Nairobi Water hawajawahi kuweka sewer line katika Babadogo. Tunaonanga ile moja ya Nairobi Water inatoka Karura Forest inaenda mpaka Jiru, inapitia Babadogo katikati. Na watu huungana pamoja, line moja hivi, wanaweka pipe sana sana ya plastic. Na hizi plastic zimebondeka sote, siko na leakage. It's shame kuona ya kwamba barabara zimejaa sewage. Na hiyo pipe inasemekana mwenye kuweka hiyo pipe ndio anakuja ku repair. Nairobi Water hakuna wakati washa repair sewerage katika Babadogo. In short, sisi tunatumia sewerage ile natoka Castles inaenda kushikana na hiyo main inatoka Karura Forest inaenda Jiru. Hizi zingine zote ni za watu wanaungana. Alafu mtu ndio aweke maji kwake, analipa wale, ndio awekewe maji kwake. Analipa wale walichanga pesa kwanza. Upande wa siwa, ndio aingize kwa siwa, hiyo ambao tunasema ambao ni wenyewe waliweka, analipa pesa mingi sana, aweke, atakaa bila siwa katika ploti yake. Na
ya tatu, Julius.
Ya tatu ni repair leakage. Vile nimesema, pipe kubwa, kuna pipe moja ambao ililetwa mpaka katika estate, ikaenda mahali fulani ikaishia hapo, na pale inaishia maji inamwagika. Na tushapika report, hakuna mtu Nairobi Water anakujanga repair. Watu wanaenda hapo wanachota kama kisima, which is not good. Hapo wanachota na hiyo maji inachanganya na uchafu. Alafu upande wa siwa ile mmesikia ya kwamba ile main ambayo inatoka Karura Forest imepitia katikati, ni kama kupitia kwa tumbo hivi, miguu za chini hazina, juu hivi iko. Yaani plot zile siko juu, kwa vile baba dogo yuko kwa mlima. Zile siko juu ya hiyo main sewer ya kutoka Karura Forest, zina connect hapo. Zina connect na ile ya Cassons, na Cassons inakuja kuingiza kwa hiyo ya Karura Forest. Wale wako chini shameful. Wanaweka pipes naenda kuingia kwa mto, ndani ya mto, wakitoa kwa sewage kwa nyumba, zinaingia kwa mto na watu hawajui. Na hakuna mtu wa Nairobi water ashafikiria juu ya sewage zile ziko chini ya main.
Asante sana Julius. Nafikiri tumekusikia kwa mambo ya sewerage. Mwenzako pande ya kushoto, then tukuje pande hii. No, there were 3 here, and then 2 the other side, and then 1 here.
Thank you very much, Bwana MD, for visiting us here in Utalii. My name is Michael Otieno. I'm a bona fide resident of this place down here called Utalii. I have some few reservations, compliments to make. One, water rationing. It is very much absurd, Bwana MD, to ration water for the people of informal settlement. I tell you, when you retire, consider that. Due to the dilapidated living standard of people down there, by virtue that they don't have enough water reservoirs, tanks, to reserve water for themselves during time of water rationing. Number 2, Mr. MD, there is a sewage problem in our ecosystem down there. We are really suffering. There was a gentleman called Engineer Odera, I'm not afraid to say his name. He supervised a sewer system down there, which is not working. Currently, as we speak, there is a very big problem down there. For when you retire, go and consult from this company called Kamari Investment Company. They did a very poor job down there. Number 3, Mr. MD, when you retire, consider people of slums. They should not pay those tariffs. Tariff of 45 to 68. Consider them paying at least a good tariff. Consider for us. Kindly, I want, if in your wish, you can give us a tariff of 50. That 68 is much. Give us 50 for informal settlement. That one we are going to pay. Otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very much happy that Nairobi Water has been doing a very commendable job. They did it down there in 2930. They constructed that a broken, busted pipe. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
MP.
Thank you very much, Michael. For those 3, there are 2 questions there.
Afternoon, public participants.
Just speak up, please. Just raise your question.
Afternoon, all of us participants.
Good afternoon.
My first question is,
Your name, please.
Oh, my name is Sadiki Nakaya. Mimi ni mkazi wa Embakasi Central, Eastern Region. And at the same time, nikiwa delegate wa SUPKEM. My Managing Director or CEO, umesikia sana upande wa sewage system in Nairobi. Mimi ningependekeza hivi, utupatie namba, kwa maana sasa sisi we are the watchdogs ya kile kinaendelea Nairobi as consumer. Utupatie namba, vile umetupatia namba ya mahali pa kuripoti wakati tumeona mwizi wa maji. Number 1. Number 2, upande wa regulation ya pay ya maji, mimi sina option. Kila kitu mimi ningependekeza mtu ashue, kwa maana ni pesa ndio hamukuwa nayo kutupatia service vile natakikana. Wakati tutakutana hapa next meeting, tunataka mtu ashue yuliteliva. Alafu ya mwisho na kama ya tatu, ningependekeza hivi, kwa maana nimeona pale mahali mnakimbia kwenda kukopa pesa World Bank. Why don't you sell Nairobians shares katika hii kampani ya maji, so that ile faida ile tunapatia watu wa World Bank ikuje kwa sisi kama consumer wa Nairobi area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next one, please.
Good afternoon. My name's Benson Murumbutsa, a resident of this city. I came here with two concerns. One, the inconsistencies and inefficiencies in both service and supply of water. And sitting here, the participants who have raised concerns, they have concurred with what I came here with. So my question is to the MD. What is your promise that you are going to address these two things, inefficiency, inconsistency, even as personally I support the upscaling of the tariff, but only if you promise that you are going to address the two issues. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Benson. We pick the last one from the front.
Check.
Thank you, all protocol observed. Fellow members, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I have few to tackle, but most of it has been answered.
Please tell us your name first.
My name is Tom Onyango from Langata. I reside about at Otiende there. So my first question, actually you had tackled about the cartels, but I'm not very much satisfied on how you really tackle the cartels, because it's really a concern to most of us in Nairobi. In Langata, we really have those cartels, because I'd already even applied for water na nilikatazwa sababu ya cartels. You see, so I didn't understand why cartels. I would sit down by the cartels and discuss about the connection. So I really want to know why this is happening. And my concern is also that cartels has really taken over the county or water and sewerage system. Because when you realize that you lose quite a number of figures, cubic figures, which is almost a half of what you really meter. That is to say that you are losing a lot of money. And when you want to increase the rates now, I think you still will still encourage the issue of cartels. Sababu hawatalipa hiyo pesa. End up now keep on stealing because of the rate. So to me, I would say, indeed, even if you want to increase that rate, you should put it to around 50, as that fellow from Ruaraka said, from 45 to 50. Again, in Langata, I know you are expanding the waters. Water rationing is really there in Langata. We only have it once a week. Once a week. And I know that expansion from Dagoretti, Karen, going down to Leserian, something like that. When is it starting to operate? because really we have that in mind. But we want your specification that when I live here, when I go to meet with those fellows in Langata, we know that pipe will start trickling within a given time, maybe 1 week or maybe 1 month. On the issue of expansion on dams, you know, Langata, we have a dam, that is Nairobi Dam. It has been an issue all the time. And you can remember there before it was really an investment to the county or in Nairobi. Many of us were sailing there, but now you realize there's a weed, and actually you've neglected that dam. And when you talk about the expansion, and you don't mention Langata Dam, then I'm wondering that why do you have to do expansion and we still have a dam in Nairobi? What are we going to do about it? Because when you go down, it's also an investment to us. Many of our guys can be employed there. What are you doing about that? My last, I was listening to your statement here. And the CEO mentioned about the cubic meters. That really needs to be in Nairobi, which was about 900,000 cubic meters. And we are less 210. 210, that was my figure. And that was Wasreb, I don't know, Wasreb or something. Then we go to Athi River, Athi Works. The same needed to, the same 900, but with him he was mentioning about 230. So I was confused on what I can take home. Where was the fellow from 230 came up with the figure, and what was the findings? How are you doing your findings so that we can carry this home? About the dams.
Somebody are not done?
Okay, drilling of dams. You've mentioned about the payment, license payment. So how much, if I want to drill a dam, I mean a borehole, how much should I pay? Is it per annum? What are your conditions?
A quick one. There's somebody who had asked about who owns water. Is it Wambua? Kuna mtu alikuwa ameuliza who owns maji. Hii maji tunapeana ni ya serikali. Yeah? What belongs to you ni ile unaweza chota kwa ile una harvest na unaweka kwa tanki yako nyumbani. But if you exploit, they say if you abstract, then you have to be authorized. Ndio maana tulisema, you know, somebody said boreholes are increasingly going down. Because mimi nachimba 400, somewhere anakuja anaenda 600 because he's my neighbor to get more water. So somebody has to manage that. So if you are to be licensed or permitted to abstract, we have a sister organization called the Water Resources Authority. I know bado tunaita Warma. But kuna sheria ya 2016 ilibadilisha jina ikaitwa Water Resources Authority. So one ndio anapeana permit. The moment you abstract and you want to sell that water, then it becomes a service, you have to be licensed. The rate currently for boreholes is about, if it's depending on the use, if it's for commercial purposes, about 5 shillings per unit. If it's for domestic or public use, it's about 2 shillings and 50 cents. And the figure is based on the volumes that you abstract. I want to allow, because I think all the questions from the 6 speakers were directed to the MD. Allow him to respond. It is 10 minutes to 3 o'clock. Yeah? You know, there's also democracy. Nitakupatia moja, tutasikizana because ni demokrasia, lakini allow MD a respond. Ama tuchukue hizo mbili. Eh? Eh? Tutulie kidogo. I gave that latitude because I saw a senior actually wanting to ask to speak. And I thought it's only fair that we allow him. So we can allow him to speak after the MD has responded to the issues, although I know some more compliments, so you can quickly respond to the ones that need to be responded on. Then we can allow... I had actually had a latitude of 1 for him to just respond. We still have time to you giving us feedback. Because hata tukikaa hapa mpaka saa moja hatutamaliza maswali. Tunakubaliana hivyo? Yeah? Hatutamaliza. So public consultations, hiyo tutaijibu because you have a right. You have... Asante sana. Nafikiri amesema vizuri. So yenye tumepewa imetosha, hata tukifanya haya kazi itakuwa sawa. So MD, you can respond, then we will only allow senior to ask a question, then we can do the winding up.
I like what my sister said, ametupatia dossier enough. Sasa ni sisi ni act on it. But on this issue of sewers, anybody who has raised the question in terms of the sewers, kindly, I'm encouraging you, just document it, come to my office, we'll discuss it. My office is on Kampala Road. You just come and say you want to see the MD, you'll be allowed. Then, somebody asked about my number. Let me share you with my number. Yeah, mine is always working, 24/7. That is 0719. Niko sawa, nitaenda pole pole. 0719 872 444. Na ukipiga, mostly unanitumia WhatsApp, ukipiga ukiona sichukui, niko kwa mkutano, but always I return your call. Send me a message, send me any documentation in terms of sewer leak, sewer, whatever bus, send me on WhatsApp, I'll be able to follow it up. So on the issue of sewers, we've agreed, because we can't address the issue of sewers here. Just please document and come and share with us the information. About the customer who talked about exporting water and importing, you know, we don't have enough water in the country. It is a challenge, but this is something that we can be able to think on how we are really going to utilize some of the water resources that we are sharing with our neighboring countries. In terms of bureaucracies, yes, we are going to reduce it. We want it to make it, like we have what we call the service charter, and our service charter clearly says that anything needs to be resolved within 14 days. So this is something that we are going to follow it and see how we are really going to implement it. In terms of AI, yes, I'm so much impressed. This is something that we've picked up as an institution. And one of the things that the technologies, you saw the investment that we want to do in ICT is around 1.6 billion. And some of the technologies we are going to bring in is the issue of what we call the smart ball. Smart ball, you just put in a network and it's able to give you a lot of information about your network infrastructure. In terms of drones also, I know in this financial year we factored in to bring in some of the drones in terms of monitoring our transmission and distribution lines. In terms of employment, it is a very, very catch-2 situation to us. The regulator says you need 35%. Here they are, we also need to employ. So what we are trying to do is we want to live within our means so that at the end of the day we're able to achieve what the regulator set for us, the 35%. About the issue of utalii, what Mike says, the pumps, we've picked it up. It is our strategy now to allow our customers to be connecting pumps on our network. We'll liaise with the region that is in charge of that so that we give you water with enough pressure so that it's able to go to all the premises that are within that area. So it is something, Mike, you can also come and talk with us so that we see how we can really improve in that. In terms of the issue of water rationing, you've talked about the demand and the supply, yeah? This is something that, we have a gap of around 230. It will take us time to address that gap. But as a government, we are looking at it. Both the national and the county government, they are putting in the strategies on how they can be able to reduce that demand. In terms of the slum people, this is a promise we are making to you. We really value you. You are our partners. We are going to come in. We want to come and engage the community because you are the people who understand whatever happens on the ground. You'll be seeing more of us. We are going to come up with called the community, our social workers, because they understand the challenges that you go through. And when we come also, mutuonyeshe all those guys who are doing illegal connections. Because also in the slums is where we are really losing a lot of water. Help us so that we help each other. So this is a commitment I'm assuring you, you'll be seeing more of us in that area. In terms of Naikika, Nakaya, one of the things is said that we need to privatize the company so that people are able to buy the shares. The shareholder is here, amesikia, maybe atakomment baadaye on that. But what I can assure you, the company is owned by the public, me and you, so the shareholders will be able to comment on that. In terms of Benson, Clay City, the issue of inconsistency and inefficient, when you look at our core values, yeah, this is something that we really say we have to live with it. And it's a promise that you are giving to the Nairobians. The challenges are there, and the reason why we are there is for us to address those challenges. Within those challenges, we'll try our level best, and it's a promise that we are going to use is the technology that is there. We'll make sure that we're able to provide consistency and reliable water services to the citizens of the Nairobians. About Langata, the issue of the cartels, we have a portal whereby, in terms of contracting, we have a portal where you can just be able to do the application from your house and be able to complete. And within that portal, the moment you finish it, you're always sending you the notification message. And it's our commitment that from the application, it is supposed to take you 14 days for you to be able to be given any services, be water or sewer. In case of those challenges, please share with us, because we normally keep on monitoring. I know at times you don't live by that, but please, when it is not happening, just share with us so that we're able to take the corrective action. In terms of the Nairobi Dam, maybe Chief ataongelea hiyo. Then the last, in terms of the inconsistency of the data, for us at the water, what they are looking at how it was at the beginning of the year, as you are looking as it is now. Because we are the people who are dealing with you on daily basis. So for us, what we know, and the difference is not so much, when you look at what they gave and what we gave, the difference is almost around 20,000 cubic meter. But remember, the population of Nairobi keeps on growing on daily basis. Today, where we are, if it is like 5 million, tomorrow we are no longer 5 million. There are new babies that are coming every day. So the populations keep on growing. But when you look at the demand, and there's a gap between the demand and the supply, but both the national government and the county government are doing everything possible so that they can be able to narrow the gap. About the cartels, please, help us. If it's a staff within Nairobi Water, just be a whistleblower, call us, and when you are, most of the challenges that we have is when our customer raises issues about our staff, when we ask you to record statements, most of you are not willing to record statements. What I can assure you, you do your part, we'll do your part to address that cartel. And that is the only way you can be able now to minimize on these cartels. Because cartel, it's me and you. So please, let's work together so that we're able to finish these cartels that are denying us our service. Because they are really making the water to be very, very expensive within the city. But from our end as Nairobi Water, we are committed. And as the county government also, they are committed to see that we are able to finish all these cartels within our county. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So I needed to give, no, the mic was to senior, please. Because I thought we had given you a chance to, no. There is somebody at the front, please. Here. No, I had said, we had, it's only fair that we also give each one of us a chance to speak. So I'd actually said, because you had a chance to speak, let's allow, you didn't talk? So it's fine. Let him speak, then we can give you the mic. Yeah. Let him speak, and then we can give you the mic.
Habari zenyu wote. Majina ni John Dongogoto, Chairman Kibagare Mudharo Unit CBO. Sisi tulijengewa show na Adi Water. Na hiyo show ilikuwa inafanya kazi mzuri sana. Lakini 2023 tinga ilikuja kulima ikapasua hiyo pipe zote karibu mara 12. Na tukatengeneza. Na vile tulitengeneza hizo pipe hazifanyi kazi. Huko hiyo show inakaa bure na watu hapa wanaumia sana kwa sababu hakuna maji. Na ile maji inatumika hapo ni ile maji ilikuwa inatumiwa na railway. Tuko Kibagare Siram, Nairobi school pande ya chini. Kwa hivyo nilikuja nikaenda kwa Adi Water na tukaambiwa tuandike barua. Tukapeleka kwa Adi Water. Na vile tulipeleka kwa Adi Water wakarudi hiyo barua wakaituma kwa Nairobi Water. Na wa Nairobi Water wakatuma watu. Kwanza walituma vijana wawili wa jeshi. Na wakakuja nikaonyesha hiyo pipe mahali imetoka na vile inaenda. Wakarudi wakatuma msichana na vijana wawili. Alafu wakaniambia watakuja kutengeneza. Tangu wakati huo hiyo maji haijatengenezwa na hiyo show inakaa mbaya sana. Haifanyi kazi. Na hapo watu wale wanakunywa maji hapo ni wengi sana, lakini wanakunywa maji ile ilikuwa inapewa gari ya moshi. Ile gari ya moshi ilikuwa inapita hapo. Maji mashafu sana. Hata ukiweka kwa mtungi kufika kesho unakuta nini hii matope imejaa hapo chini. Kwa hivyo naomba Adi Water mtusaidie ili hiyo maji turudishe, tuone vile mturudishie tafadhali. Na muomba sana. Asante.
Asante sana mzee. So tumpatie nafasi ya mwisho the gentleman at the back.
Asante sana. Water is human rights as per the Declaration of 2010, UN 2010. We appreciate Nairobi Water is a compliant of that. Maji hawauzi, maji wanapeana kwa watu wa Nairobi. La pili, tunaomba Adi Water wakati mnajenga dams, mjenge dams ambazo zina supply maji Nairobi Water, Nairobi direct. Hapana chukua mnajenga dam tena mnagawa maji za Nairobi, mnagawa kwa Murang'a, Kiambu and so on. Hiyo hakuna siku ile mtasolve ile problem iko Nairobi. Hiyo problem itaendelea forever and forever. For example, mimi nilizaliwa Jericho. Jericho 70s. Maji ilikuwa inapanda kwa nyumba yetu ile ya juu. Ikakuja ikadidimia. Wakarudi wakawajenga damu ile inaitwa Sasumua. Maji not Sasumua, Ngedhu. Maji ikaanza tena kupanda. Tena watu wakajenga flats nyingi Nairobi, maji ikakuwa ndogo. Na maanisha nini? Na maanisha pressure ya Nairobi ina reduce kulingana na ile population iko Nairobi. So considering to that, Adi Water, when you are building the dams, please mjenge damu ya Nairobi ya kuserve Nairobians tofauti na zile zingine. Zile zingine zikuwe kivyao kwa sababu Nairobi Water, this is the capital city of Kenya. Na inahitaji maji mingi. What you are discussing here mambo ya rationing ifai kuwa hapa. Rationing ni aibu kwa Nairobi, kwa the capital city of Nairobi. Nyinyi kama Adi Water mnafaa musupply maji Nairobi Water, watu wote wale wanaishi Nairobi wapate maji. So wakati mnajenga dams ya kuserve Nairobians, tunawaomba mjenge dams ambayo ni ya Nairobi peke yake. Hapana mnagawa tena mnapeana Murang'a sijui wapi. Hiyo mnaharibu. Hakuna siku mtasolve problem ya Nairobi Water. Third. Zile bili ziko Jericho, nimesikia mtu anaitwa Munguti. Zile bili ziko Jericho, Maringo na and so on. Zile bili si genuine. Hizo nyumba za Jericho, what happened? Maji zinapita kwa mita, alafu zimetobokea huko chini ya nyumba huko. Sasa maji zinamwagika huko chini ya nyumba, alafu zinahesabu kwa mita. So bills ziko na Jericho, bills za hundreds and hundreds. Na hizo bills si genuine. Mimi naomba Nairobi Water. Kama mkazi wa Jericho na nimezaliwa huko. Mpatie watu wa Jericho bulk meter na flat rate. Hawa watu nyinyi muweke ofisi wapi? City Hall na mahali popote wanalipia nyumba. Wakati analipa nyumba, alipe hiyo maji. Hivyo ndo mtakuwa mmesaidia, na hivyo ndo mtacollect pesa kutoka huko wapi? Mahali kama huko Jericho. Otherwise, mkisema ya kwamba mnataka pesa kutoka Jericho huko, bills ziko huko na abnormal, na I was there, nimezaliwa huko, na hizo bills si genuine. So tunawaomba muangalia hiyo maslahi ya huko Jericho na msaidia watu wa Jericho. Asante.
Asante sana. Ungetuambia jina because for record purposes.
Okay, jina naitwa Fred Evelia.
Fred amefunga vizuri. Asante. Unajua kuna kitu umesema ukiwa mdogo, anasema pressures Jericho ilikuwa inafika juu, si ndio? I looked at you, of course I know I'm not going to ask you your age. But ukiangalia tunafanya census every 10 years. I'm sure Fred is not younger than 1979. Who knows the population of Nairobi in 1979? Eh? 1979, the city was less than 1 million people. Yeah? In the presentation of the company, Tuliona, we are how many millions? 5, maybe 95. The population could be more than that. Yeah? So there are definitely going to be dynamics with that challenge. And that's why pressures haziwezi fika huko juu. Who is attending a meeting with Nairobi Water for the first time today? Just put up your hand. There's nothing about for the first time. So majority of us have attended a meeting with Nairobi Water in the recent past. Yeah? What I see is, when that lady spoke and said, fanyeni ile tumeambiwa, I saw a challenge in terms of trust. Kuna deficit kidogo ya hatuaminiani. MD looks like we say, but we don't do what we say. Yeah? Hiyo ndio kweli. Mnasema because you said fanyeni yale tumewaambia. Kuna cases you've reported about illegal connections, you've reported about cartels, but nobody has taken action. Let's have a deal. When we have this tariff, we will do a gazette notice. The MD has told you we also look at this, you'll also look at them. On the issues of if you have a complaint and it's not addressed, it doesn't stop there. Si ndio? Usiende kama Kampala Road inakuwa ngumu na MD amepeana namba yake, isipo fanyiwa nini? Resolved, na Kiswahili nasema namna gani? Isipotatuliwa kuna mikakati. Tuambie. Then we will also follow up with them. Because ile license tumepeana iko pia pale na masharti ya yale vitu yanataka the company to be able to do. So we want to have this as a partnership. The MD has committed that whatever, if you have issues, please raise them with his office. Ni kweli?
Kindly. Kwa
Tumekusikiza
sababu
vizuri.
tumekuwa na engineer Kagiri ametufanyia kazi mzuri sana. Huyu mama ni jirani, amesema ni wa viwandani. Anajua shida yetu tunapitia tukiwa Ruben. Sasa hii tukiomba Mungu mvua inyeshe hivi, wala tulali kwa nyumba Ruben mzima. Jua hiyo siweje yenye naongelea. Sasa hii tukiongea hivi, macho zote na ukikata kulipa ile
Tusikizane.
na ukikata kulipa ile 350
Tusikizane.
unashikwa.
Tusikizane please.
Inatuuma sana.
Because tukuwe na mpangilio because hii mkutano tumeendelesha vizuri mpaka penye tumefika saa hii na tumewasikiza vizuri. You know what we will do is we agree. And somebody said, even from here and even the people online said, address kwanza mambo ya water losses. When I made my remarks initially, I was saying, nita address, you know, you can say, that's why I said chicken and egg. Nani ilikuja kwanza? Because for them to be able to reduce hiyo maji inapotea, wanataka pesa. Si ndio tunakubaliana? Hiyo pesa inatokana na kwa hii tariff. But what you're also asking is that ukipewa pesa, let the company be accountable. And that's what I was saying. Why I asked the question of who has been there before. And it looked like more than 80% of us wamekuwa mkutano juzi na Nairobi Water. Si ndio? One of the things tunataka company ifanye on an annual basis ni kuwa na a stakeholder meeting. Why we are not able to exhaust the issues you are raising? Because some of these issues are not even tariff related. Is because hakuna nafasi ya kuongea na company. We need that forum and we will actually ensure that it is provided for you to raise those issues so that then these things that we wait for, because e-tariff inaenda for 3 years. If we have to wait for 3 years, mkuje mseme tuliwaambia tutafanya line ya Siwa Kasarani. Vile mother alisema na haikufanyika. It will be too late. For us, we will track on a 3 months basis. Every 3 months, gazette notice ile itafanyika kwa hii tariff. Itasema, kuna mtu alipresent kwa mambo ya tariff, non-revenue water, akasema kuna 5.6 billion shillings ya kureduce non-revenue water. Those investments zinaenda very specific places. Those specific places will be gazetted. We want to do 10 kilometers of a 4-inch line in Kariobangi. So see, we are all from different places. Mtatuambia kama hiyo investment ilifanyika. Yeah? Because like they say, huwezi kuwa na, you can't have your cake and eat it. So tumewapatia tariff, lakini they must be accountable. So that even the things we are saying, ile mambo tunasema tariff ipunguke. Because for sure we agree, if in the next 3 years, non-revenue water for this company comes to 39, what we are losing, because you are told if you are moving from 54 to 39%, those are 15 percentage points. And currently they are only selling 46%. So it's almost 1/3 of what they are getting. So the tariff can easily reduce by another 30% if these water losses are even addressed to 39%. But pia kuna sector benchmark inasema you should actually come to 25. But inachukua muda. Si ndio? When we nimesikia kidogo when we said we have a journey to a first world status. Mnaona kama ni haiwezekani? What is the vision of Vision 2030? What is the vision of Vision 2030? Because all of us, hawezi sema we live in a country which has a country vision that says a globally competitive nation. Sindio? Mta Google, see all of us, most of us have smartphones. So why don't we believe? When I say the e-tariff is a means to, you know, what is a first world? Labda pia tunaifanya ikue, a first world is a place, hata maji ukitaka, unaipata, si ndio? So in the context of water services, si tuifanye ikue first world. Wale wako kwa barabara waifanye yao. So if these guys can tell us, we will move it from 7 hours per day to 15 hours to 24/7. In the context of a first world, and in the space of water services, we will have done our part. Wacha wengine wafanye pande yao. But we can't be lamenting and saying, you know, it's very unfortunate that we keep on saying we can't move. So what is the alternative? Status quo. We may not agree, but at times, you know, even at a personal level, it's only fair that you think of a better thing the next day. Yeah? So let's do what we are able to do in the context of maji. Yeah? Tuiboreshe maji hii city. Tuiondoe, you know, the shame of having to fetch water and, you know, hii mambo ya mitungi in our balconies. Shida ya, I forgot your name and you was the last one to speak. Fred. The challenge you've put into the company is to Earth Waterworks is watoe maji Nairobi. We have 5 cities currently in this country. None of those cities have water services coming from within those counties. Mombasa gets water from Kilifi. Eldoret gets water from a neighboring county called Elgeyo Marakwet. Kisumu gets it from Nandi. Nairobi gets it from Murang'a. Nakuru gets it from Nyandarua. Because the way hii mambo imetengeneza ya maji haiwezi kuwa, you know, you can't demarcate useme hii maji ya Nairobi ikae Nairobi tu. Ama the people of Murang'a can actually say ikae Murang'a tu. We have to share these resources. But again, in sharing, we were told there's something called a master plan. And I come to your question, Samuel, because you said, what is the place of Nairobi Dam? That master plan looks at possible sources that can service the city of Nairobi in terms of water resources. We'll need to look at that plan because there are other considerations that you look at, whether it's really feasible, kutoa hiyo maji hapo, whether that water, when it's taken out of that place, meets the required standards. So there are all those things. There are all these plans. And experts have looked at them and said, to service this county, we need this money or these waters from these places. So that is what happens. People, you know, we can't, even if we harvested water that is in this city, where we will store it to make a dam. Do we have a place? One of the challenges we are grappling with, and he'll tell you, Kimodo from Earth will tell you, one of the things we are struggling with sanitation services. Who comes from Jiro? Yeah, ile discharge point. Ilikuwa imekuwa shida sana. Tunajaribu kusema for every, if this population ya Nairobi is 6 million, we need like 20 discharge points. The first problem you will get into is hawezi pata mahali ya kuweka hizo discharge points. Because hakuna shamba. Ama ukipata watu wana resist. Because again, all these things have to go through a process ya ku engage the public. Yeah? And we have a number of projects. Unapata, kuna mradi ilikuwa supported by some partner in Kakamega. The sewer system haikujengwa because watu walikataa. There is one for current financing in Machakos. Watu walikataa sewerage system ijengwe kwa sababu hawataki maji chafu ikuwe karibu na wao. So there are all these things. And juzi tulifanya some study. Tukasema, you know, unapewa ofisi kufanya kazi, but you must be accountable in that office. So as the people now bestowed with that responsibility ya maji, Nairobi Water, county government led by the county executive, na sisi, we have that mandate to ensure that these things, you know, we do our part. And that we can promise you. So let's, you know, let's start now and say, if you have issues and they are not addressed, please escalate them. Now, tupatie evidence, because again, just like you're saying, you want to name people who have done well. Let's also, you know, if you have issues, you have raised a concern. I know somebody said they raised a concern about some sewer connection. They were frustrated. Let's continue raising these things. Yeah? Just like even as we get to, wanasema, you know, it's also not just limited to water services. It's also an issue that we have as a culture, as a people. Let's try to change things in your own small way. They say the best way to change a place is by changing yourself. So we want to really appreciate your being here today. We said we still have a window back next week, just before Christmas. Kama kuna mtu akona memorandum, please tupatie. If you want to still raise another memorandum, please write and give it to us. We will take on board all those comments, because out of this engagement, we will do a report that now says we held this as part of the process. So that hata kukiwa na shida, tutasema tulikaa utalii, tulikuwa na window ya 30 days, tukasikizana, so mtupatie hizo comments. We still have until 24th to be able to receive those comments. I want to end there. Maybe some MD, some remarks, because kulikuwa na request, then maybe invite Chief on behalf of the county government to make his remarks. Asanteni.
Bwana CEO WASREB. And again, on behalf of the county government of Nairobi, on behalf of Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Services, I just want to, first of all, thank all of us who are here for the time you have been patiently waiting. I was worried that if the CEO continued, you will ask us for supper here. So I want to be very brief and say, I think we've had a very successful engagement with the CEO. From the deliberations, I am convinced that the Board of Management, Nairobi City County Government, and your team has convinced all of us that the path we are taking is justifiable, and we are waiting for your report, as you have mentioned, that the public will still have until 25th of this month, 24th? Until 24th of this month to give the submissions. However, from our end, as a county government, and as someone who sits in the board of Nairobi Water, generally my observation has been the public is concerned about the happenings of the water sector. And I am glad that the management of Nairobi Water is here. The staff of Nairobi Water is here. You have listened to your stakeholders. And I'm convinced, Bwana CEO, that the tariff might fix the hardware. But the software, Bwana MD, it will be a responsibility to give more confidence to the stakeholders, because from what I'm heard, is that we have internal and external cartels. And as the public, the request that you are making to you is to be more vigilant, to help the company to achieve all its objectives. But internally, Bwana MD, we are going to give you the support you require. We are going to give the support the management requires. Likewise, we expect members of staff of Nairobi Water to give confidence to the public so that in our next engagement, and I want to assure you, Bwana CEO, that Nairobi Water will have this stakeholders engagement every year so that we don't belabor on one issue at the end of the third year of the tariff review. So with that, receive greetings from the governor of Nairobi, and the people, I have a responsibility to speak about Langata. Hopefully, we'll have a visitor in Langata tomorrow to launch the water project. So I can assure you that by Saturday, you will have water in your houses in Langata. Asanteni sana na Mungu wabariki.
Another round of applause for yourselves, for the good engagement we have had. I will call my colleague Mbutu Mwaura to give us vote of thanks, and he'll be followed by Director HR, Monica Tuli, who will give us our closing prayer.
Thank you, MC. All protocols observed. In the interest of time, I have a list of 16 stakeholders to thank. I'll just make one opening statement, then the others I'll just read the list. Only with the special emphasis on the first one, and that is to our Almighty God. We as institutions and individuals, we intended for this process, tariff review. We started almost 6-9 months ago, but he has enabled us to actualize to this far. So we don't take that for granted. So that is very, very necessary. So the other one is about our consumers and the customers at the same time. Very critical in business. We usually talk about the 2 rules of business. First, the customer is always right. The second rule, if you think otherwise, refer to number 1. Thank you so much. Then the other one is about our principal, NCC, both the executive and the assembly. Thank you so much for the support you have accorded so far. Our regulator, WASREP, Richard and the team, so far so good. We have collaborated, and we hope that we shall finish the process. Then we have the BOD, Nairobi Water and Sewerage Company Board of Directors. We have gotten the sufficient support that is required. The MD and the Board of Management, leadership, and the provision of resources for the process. Then all the presenters who made the various presentations today, from ADI, from Nairobi Water, from WASREP, vast consultants, especially they actually led in terms of undertaking and conducting the socio-economic survey. Thank you so much for the support. Nairobi Water Management and the entire staff, both those who are here and also those who are in other duties. We have the Tariff Review Committee under the leadership of our CD, Josiah Ghetto. Thank you so much for actually being focused on the process to the end. Our choir, Nairobi Water Choir, they started us very well in the morning with the national anthem and the East African anthem. We have the Utari Hotel in terms of hosting and the provision of what we undertook in the morning. Then other various service providers in your respective areas, thank you so much for the support. Then the plenary moderator, Bwana Richard, I think you have done so well to balance many things. Time, interests of the consumers. It is actually the time which is actually limiting. But as we have always advised, there is that other provision that you can always forward your comments for consideration. Then we have also the MC of the day, Madam Maureen, the acting CAM. Thank you so much for the moderation. And lastly, all of us, all the participants, as the CD was concluding, we all have a role to play. First of all, to ensure that water is available to everybody. So we take that collective responsibility. Na ya mwisho, pia mimi najiweka hapo. Asanteni.
We had some feedback forms we gave out. Kindly, we need to collect them. If you have one you're still holding, kindly just wave it. We'll have somebody come to you to pick it. I'll call upon Director HR, Madam Monica Tuli, to pray for us. If you still have the forms, just wave, somebody will come and collect it from you. It's okay. Can we be upstanding?
Wow, it has been a long day, but we thank God.
Let us believe and close with a word of prayer. Our Father and our God, we are grateful this afternoon for your goodness, for your grace, for your love and care, Lord, as we went through this forum. Want to thank you in a special way that, Jehovah God, you have given us deliberations that were very good, deliberations that were calm. We have seen your hand and we are grateful. Jehovah God, we want to pray that you will enable us to be able to carry out our responsibilities, our obligations as stakeholders, as Nairobi Water, as all of us, Jehovah God, because each one of us has a responsibility. And so as we leave this place, we want to pray, Jehovah God, that all the issues that we have raised and what we have agreed to do, Jehovah, that you will enable us, oh God. We pray, Jehovah God, that you are going to give us resources to be able to provide services, and that you are going to give our customers resources to pay for those services. We thank you that, Lord, you have given us such a good forum. And as we live here, my Father, my God, we pray that you shall give us journey mercies back home. And for those of us who are going back to the offices, Jehovah God, we pray that you will give us the ability to do our work in integrity and in a good way. For that is our prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.